Hello, everyone. You are listening to The Brave Traveler. I'm your host, IR, and this is what I sound like at all times, but especially now with one of those fucking pop filters. So hopefully I sound better than what I really sound like, which is not better. Wait, this chair's too tall for me. Fuck. I have, sorry about that. Did I already say I'm your host, IR? Because I am. I drank some satanic coffee. It's not any different than regular coffee. It's just coffee in general is probably made by the devil. It's blonde. Which means it wasn't roasted that long. Because apparently the darker, the longer you roast it, aka dark roast, it has more caffeine. How? I don't know, but there you go. It becomes more evil the more you char it. I just drank a lot of it, and that probably wasn't a good idea. So why haven't I put out a podcast in the last 2 weeks? Well, I'll tell you why. My sex fiend girlfriend, she comes over and she is a motor mouth. She is relentless. She just doesn't stop. And I'm autistic, I guess, and it shows up when her mouth just starts blah 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 blah, and I can't think straight. I'm like, fuck. And I'll think, well, it's fine that she's coming over. No big deal. We'll do a podcast together. Why not? Which I kind of dread, you know. I kind of think that if we do a podcast, we're just gonna fucking argue. It's possible. I don't know. Or it could be a lot of fun. I have no idea. I think last week we had a little too much fun. So we were for the last 2 weeks we've both been fasting for the weekend, you know, trying to get better control over ourselves and not let the demonic parasites make decisions for us, because they're usually not good ones. They usually get drunk, buy junk food, and overeat. You bastards. 2 weeks ago, 2 weekends ago, I should say, we did good. We fasted. It was difficult, and when we broke our fast, we didn't eat at night. So that was good. We started doing the same thing last weekend. Oh, damn thing. Excuse me. Okay, I think that's good. Ta-da, ta-da. Making the microphone more sensitive. Oh man, that sounds so fucking cool. I know you can't hear it, but when you have this thing, you know, the headphones on, and all you can hear is your own voice, it sounds so trippy. Okay, so last weekend we went out, and there was some sort of a festival of people that are from a far off state in Mexico called Oaxaca. how do you spell that? It's Oaxaca. It's such a weird spelling for the way it's pronounced, I think. Like, who the fuck decided that an X is a noise? Because Spanish, whenever it's a noise, uses a J, not an X. So that's weird. Don't really know where that's from. It's probably from one of those languages that I haven't studied yet. Anyways, strange thing I've noticed that happens to me when I drink too much coffee. If it's a small or a normal amount of coffee, I should say, it gives you a little boost. And if you go overboard, at least for me, it makes me tired, or it makes me a little, I guess tired is the best way I can describe it. I've heard years ago that people that have ADHD, it actually tires them out. But I don't think that's exactly all the way true, because, well, I have heard that. I think that it varies from person to person. I've tried coffee a little too late at night and it just keeps me up. It keeps my mind racing. Anyways, I digress. Let me get back to why I even mention demons possessing you. So, I've yet to read the Essene Gospel, but I heard it on tape, and the information on there is just amazing. It's so good. It leads me to believe that the reason why the Essene Gospel of Peace was kept from the Bible is that the information was too good. I do have a strong feeling that the American society is kept mentally controlled, right? Government. By a group of people that think they are superior to everyone else. And I know what everybody immediately, wants to think. He's talking about the people that it's illegal to disparage and question. And if you question them, you're clearly disparaging them, and therefore you are considered them. But it's not exactly them, right? I think there's a verse in Revelations, like, I can't remember exactly if it's chapter 9. Chapter 3, verse 9. I can't remember, but it says it will be the fake of this group. They will call themselves this, but they're not really. And it's interesting how historically there is a group that just disappeared. And then all of a sudden you have a brand new group of these people claiming that we're also this group. And that would be the Khazars. I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. The Khazars that just magically disappeared. And then it's another group who I think they magically appeared and claimed to be part of this other bigger group. They magically appeared in the UK, England, I think. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. And who are the Khazars? Who were they? I don't know. It's all very interesting. I wonder if they really are that strong. You know, their control, their influence, that they don't even care. Who knows? Because they've successfully separated the people in society from even considering working together, right? Like, they are so programmed to believe in self-sabotaging ideas as though they were good for them. I was listening to The Art of War. I actually read it many years ago, but I was listening to it on tape again a few days ago. And I couldn't help but make the connection when Zanzu, in chapter 4, I think, started to say that a powerful and a smart ruler will win a fight without violence. You know, and I thought about something I heard the other day in Roseanne's podcast when she was interviewing, or not interviewing. Her guest was this awesome female comedian, Leonarda Joni, who was stating that these evil satanic rulers have gotten in so deep into people's heads, programming them into self-sabotage, that they'll get them to do things detrimental to their existence, to their very future, and sort of claim it as being heroic, brave, honorable, when it might honestly just be self-mutilation and self-sabotage, right? Like, I don't know how you can get people to be so blind that they don't see that they're being sold a lie, like it's a real truth, and they're hiding the after effects of choosing to hurt one's self like that. You know, like a permanent wound will always be susceptible to infection. Or take anal sex, for example. Like, there's a real good reason why that's biblically frowned upon. Not only is it a breeding ground for disease, because duh. I would think that if you stick your dick into a sewer, that you're gonna, pull out some worms on your dick, which is an organ, But I hear that actually the person who's getting it up the ass is more susceptible to HIV, which is interesting to me. I mean, parasites are microscopic worms, and sperm, well, it could have that very same description, couldn't it? Are sperm Worms? I heard a retired doctor tell me that we are parasites. And I guess I can kind of see that, right? Because we need to, go through the development process in utero, in the womb, and the amniotic sac. Is that what the frig it's called? I think that's what it is. Anyways, you know what I'm talking about. As a fetus, which is Greek word for baby, we are a life form that is dependent on another life form. But I mean, you can say the same thing about a baby when it's been born. It's still dependent on the adults, the parents, to take care of it. Do you still consider it a parasite? No, because it has a little bit more independence. Okay? I don't consider it a parasite regardless of if it's still inside the body being developed, just because unless you're a stupid idiot or you're one of the very few unlucky people that gets raped, it was your choice to create this life, to be pregnant. And by stupid idiot, I mean you just wanted to fuck, but oops. Yeah. I kind of don't believe that the number of rape is that high. I don't think so. I think it happens in less developed areas, and it can happen in more developed areas. But I think we kind of lump in the sum of people that had sex but then changed their mind about it, because that's a thing. It's very strange, but yes, this is something that's disgusting. Governments have sort of said, like, I'll allow it. Hey, I was drunk and I had sex, but I ended up getting fucked by a guy that if I had been sober, I would have said, get the fuck away from me. Now that I am sober and I remember doing that, I kind of think I don't want to take responsibility for that. I kind of feel like, I wish I hadn't done that. So that's rape, right? And then the government says, yeah, it is. And so people get that rap because it's a fucking crime over here. Maybe it's a crime in other stupid places as well, but somewhere, hopefully, where people have more logic, they can say, like, yeah, I get it, but it was your decision to drink, wasn't it? It was your decision to do drugs or be a fucking idiot and do stuff like that. So, accountability? Not in the United States. In the United States, I don't know about Canada, but I don't see why not. Who knows? Canada used to be, or it used to sound, I've never been to Canada, so what the fuck do I know about Canada? Good looking ladies. But other than that, the bad guys that took over the U.S., they're pretty much trying to spread it all over. from videos I've seen online of comments that these people like to say about people that aren't part of their group, we're looked at as animals who should be killed, one, or two, need to be turned into slaves to serve them. It's a difficult position, to be put in once you hear that stuff. Because you see that it fits. It's like exactly what's going on, exactly what's happening, The air is being poisoned, the food is being poisoned or replaced. I have a hard time finding certain foods with seeds, right? Everything is being turned into a seedless GMO, genetically modified organism. And why? Well, I think you find the answer in Genesis. I think it's around chapter 4. It's right in the beginning where you can read that, where it says that God created food for man as being herbs and all the fruit with seeds. The good stuff is the stuff that has a seed in it. And once you read that and then you go see what's going on at your local grocery store where they're promoting seedless shit and getting rid of anything that does have seeds in it. So most people know to stay away from processed food, which is anything that isn't delivered to you exactly the way nature made it. Whether it's cooked, fried, or modified in any way, that's processed. Once you realize that processed food is bad, and you go back into that grocery store, you're going to see that that's fucking 90% of the edible stuff. So then you might stick to whatever's natural, right? Vegetables, fruits, and maybe meat. Until you realize, again, in the Bible, in Genesis, in the Garden of Eden, God says, not the meat, that the fruit and herbs, the plant food, will be your meat. The animals will be there to serve you, not to be killed by you. And then there is sort of a contrasting, absolutely the opposite statement made by supposedly God, the same God, after Noah's, after the flood, told to Noah, basically saying that even the animals will be your meat, which kind of logically makes sense because, well, if the flood killed everything, that includes trees, that includes, plants, fruits. All the stuff that needed sunlight would be dead. And the only thing that there would be to eat would be meat. So, I guess even the animals had to turn into meat eaters, right? Because a lot of the animals that were vegetarian, well, there was nothing leafy to eat anymore. I'm thinking about, like, even though that logically makes sense, it doesn't logically make sense that God wouldn't have seen that coming. No, golly, the Bible is so mind-boggling, especially knowing that stuff was taken out of it. Okay. So, if Adam is basically a homunculus, and jeez, we can go back and forth with this forever, honestly. I mean, we can reference other things outside of the Bible to sort of suggest that a lot of stuff was removed from the Bible, making it a completely different story. But I'm not talking about the Gnostic stuff. I'm not. I know, because I've read half of the Nag Hammadi library. And I know there's a lot of stuff in there that makes you go like, oh, now it makes sense. But there's also a lot of stuff in there that if you know what the Freemasons believe in, you know that it's mainly the Gnostic Bible stuff. So they believe in the devil, but of course the Gnostic texts sort of give you a new spin on the devil, Lucifer, the light bearer, and a new spin on who created this realm, Yaldabaoth, or the Demiurge, and who is running it right now, which is Sabaoth, which, you know, sounds like Sabbath or Saturn. But then it also pretty much alludes to, well, actually it's Sophia and Sophia's daughter Zoe, who live in the 8th realm, or 8th heaven. Oh my God, that stuff could make your brain bubble. It's interesting to think about, like, but is it a friggin' lie? And of course, I kind of think it is. Not that I disagree with everything. I just disagree with a lot of the stuff in the Gnostic texts. I think it fits perfectly. Well, a lot of it fits perfectly with the Bible. So I think there are, as usual, truth mixed with lies, with the intention to mislead. So if you read the Nag Hammadi, the Gnostic stuff that wasn't in the Bible, just sort of read it with a grain of salt. Don't take it all to heart. Realize that we do have the bad guys in a position of so much power and influence that they're capable of programming people into self-sabotaging themselves. And also realize that the Gnostic stuff wasn't discovered that long ago. I mean, I think it was in the 1900s, in the early 1900s. So is it feasible to imagine that these same bad guys who pretty much existed and have been planning this stuff for a good long time, could they have faked the discovery of that? Or could they have discovered it and modified the meaning in translations? I think it's possible, of course. I mean, even Mel Gibson thinks that the Christian religion was hijacked. You know, there's a fake church controlling the religion, and I think there is something to that. I know that famously he got in trouble. I can't remember when it was. Was it 10, 20 years ago? Something like that. He got in trouble because there was an audio of him. So stupid. I think he's awesome. But yeah, it's disappointing that he went down because of this recording. He was drunk. Still love his movies. He was drunk and he started saying some stuff, some negative stuff that sounded a bit belligerent because he was drunk and upset. And yeah, he said a little more than he should have. I mean, obviously, whoever recorded him only published the highlights. Poor Mel. I wonder what he was going through that motivated him to drink to excessively, and two, to pour out his anger, his heart, what he was feeling, to a cop. I mean, come the fuck on. How drunk do you have to be to think that I'm just going to share how I feel with this cop? Oh, man. Maybe it was a lie. Maybe he's an actor. Maybe it's a put on. It's a staged incident. I don't see myself or any normal person doing that. It's like, not only is that a cop, but let's break it down what a fucking cop is. He has a murder weapon on him. That's one. He is given legal freeway to lock you up, arrest you, put you in cuffs, tie you up so you can't move or defend yourself. And by the way, that I've mentioned, he has a weapon that can murder you. Who the fuck forgets that and just starts going off? So, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe that Mel Gibson is a bad guy. I don't want to believe that he's secretly in cahoots with the church hijackers. I don't want to believe that. I liked Mel Gibson. I like Braveheart a little too much. I think most of us, whoever the fuck saw Braveheart, loved it. It was so awesome. But there's something that doesn't just quite connect for me. Okay. This is what I love about pre-recording the podcast, which there's probably such a thing as a live podcast. I haven't really looked into it. I don't think I'd want to do that. Like right now, I just paused to go take a leak. I don't envy guys or people in general that do this as a live broadcast. What do you do if you have to pee? I kind of feel like guys like Howard Stern who are earning millions to do it live, they might have like some sort of contraption or they're wearing a diaper. I have no idea how these people don't just say, hold up, I gotta stop. I have to go use the bathroom. I mean, the restroom. I have to go alleviate myself. The loo. I have to go to the loo. Whatever. Whatever you call it, the pissing pot. Okay. Fucking coffee, man. This stupid shit makes me feel like I'm out of breath or something. You imagine if I was a smoker, how terrible this would be. Oh my God. And I used to be. I used to be a smoker for, I don't know how long, because I used to do it on and off. And when I was on, it was not good. Especially because I have OCD, which means that if I have cigarettes on me, it's not like I'm going to smoke one and then, that's fine. I'll probably have another one hours later. No, especially not in America, where you have to understand that whoever's in control over here knows that we don't get universal health care. We have to pay for everything. And therefore, there is a strong profit to be made in not only supplying care, but in supplying the problem in the first place that makes you need that care. So there's profit in both ends. There's profit in creating diseases, the problem, bad food, bad weather, bad mental state of mind. I mean, yeah, that's good business. There's money there. And then there's money in providing the treatment, right? Not solution. We don't want to cure it, but in treatment. I'm jealous of any country that has universal health care. Canada, the UK, France, Germany, a lot of places in Europe. I'm not sure if they all have it, but I kind of think they do. I don't know. So if the bad guys are in control everywhere, why would those countries have it and not the American ones, the American continents? At least I don't think South America has it, but I don't know. Maybe Chile or Argentina, they might fucking have it. I think it's funny that, most people don't realize this, but you need special permission to go into the United States if you're a citizen of Mexico. You're right next to it, but you need special permission. You can't just walk over. You need a visa, right? And most people might be like, duh. But of course, the other way around, no. If you're from the United States, you can just walk into Mexico. That's not a fucking problem. It's like, whatever. It's getting back that you'll need to show that you're a U.S. citizen. But why is it that Chile, a South American country, can do, just that, walk into the United States of America without a visa? it's like, oh, you're a citizen of Chile? Come right in. You don't need any special visa. So that's fucking weird. Why does Chile have that priority over Mexico? Very strange. I've never gone to Chile, so I have no idea. Oh man, for all I fucking know, it's rich, rich city, rich town all over the place. I have no idea. I would love to go there. I've traveled Europe, but not South America. Why? 'Cause movies. I grew up watching movies, and you know, the greatest far away places, according to movies, is usually France, Italy, England. You hear Amsterdam a lot. I've been there. Not so much Spain, but I went there because I'm white and Latino. That's a stupid thing. I'm Hispanic. I'd rather say that. Latino is it means I define myself by the language I speak, right? Because Spanish is a Latin-based language, supposedly. And but why would you define yourself by the language you use to communicate? I mean, I know that smart people might be like, well, actually, language has a lot to do with the way you think. And you speak a different language, you kind of have to adapt to that way of thinking. And that's true. I believe that to be true, but I'm not going to define myself by my language. At least I don't want to. But maybe there's something to that. Maybe I should define or describe myself as Hispanic Latin. I guess both. Because Hispanic means, you know, I got Spanish ancestry. And I do. I'm a Spanish descendant. Although I don't know why. What the frig? Okay, so I understand what Hispanic means, but I don't understand why the word means that. Like, why is it constructed like this? Do you know what I mean? Like, his panic. What? Somebody that can't handle stress? What? I don't know where it came from. Like, I like knowing these things. Like for a long time I wanted to know, like, why is humane, why is it worded that way? Like a human. Like, oh, he's so humane. What does that mean? Like, that's what humans should be like? I mean, that sounds nice, but what? Okay, so then where does human come from? Where does that word really mean, you know? And so I looked it up, and of course it says, you know, like, oh, it's a fucking bipedal mammal, blah, blah, blah. I get it. But why? How is that word put together? And then my research said, oh, it comes from hummus. And hummus comes from something meaning mud. So it's like a mud person, which, you know, if you believe in the Bible, that makes sense. Oh, okay, human. And then there's some stuff that I saw in the Gnostic texts about, I think it was called the Gospel of Philip, where it said, you know, like, people are made up of different energy, different colors, different frequencies, therefore. And very interesting. It said, you know, there are different human races. And that goes, of course, against what a lot of left-wing liberals want to hear and believe, right? It's like, there's only one race, man, and it's the human race. And it's kind of hard to argue against if you don't have all the information, because you kind of sound like a dick if you don't, like, yeah, that's true, we're all human, after all. And I'm not saying that we're not, but I think that we are. It should be obvious that we're not all from the same group of humans. I think that it's been obscured, the obvious truth of it. We're not all of the same group, and that's fine. We don't have to be. But in the Gnostic texts, and it's fine if you don't believe this stuff, because, I mean, like I said earlier, I wouldn't bet on it. I think that the truth was seriously obscured here. But it does say that there's good creator, whether that's the monad, or is it moad? Monad, I think. Or Sophia and Zoe, or Yaldabaoth. It's so convoluted. It says that Yaldabaoth created a lot of things in the physical world, but humans weren't exactly his forte. And then Sophia and Zoe, I think, put some of the good light into this contraption we call the human being. So there is good in humanity. But it also says somewhere else that a lot of the demons, which are basically reptilians, they also created their own kind of humans. So while it doesn't specifically say in the Gospel of Philip that different colors are different frequencies or different energies, it does kind of allude to it. Because what is a color but a frequency of light, that vibrates at a different wavelength, right? Like in the rainbow, you can see that red is a low frequency, and blue all the way to violet or ultraviolet, these are high frequencies. They have a lot of waves, a lot of vibration. So more energy is less visible, or I should say higher energy, not more. Which kind of connects to, like, if you read the Divine Comedy of Dante, and you saw that the devil resides in the lowest realm. The 9th level of hell is also the coldest. It's frozen. And obviously, if the good guys are the total opposite, then it's nothing but pure energy, which makes sense why maybe in Revelations it says that when it's all been said and done and the good guys win, they won't even have a sun and the moon because Jesus will be the sun. So, and I kind of connect that to the pineal gland because there's crystallizations there. And it can glow, it can light up inside your body. Isn't that interesting? How do you get it to light up? I guess you raise your frequency. But that might freak people out. Can you imagine people's eyes glowing? I don't think it'll look like it's glowing. Maybe it can. I read some of David Icke's stuff that said that somebody saw some lady's eyes glow. That would be freaky. But I have seen some people's eyes that look brighter than other people's. So I think there's something there. I think there's something to it. There's some people's eyes that you just see and they're so bright they look amazing. And then there's other people's eyes that look so fucking lifeless. And maybe that has to do with their frequency. Oh my God. That was a lot to talk about. I completely skipped about what I was saying when it comes to Braveheart. So here's the thing that I don't really understand. So I love Braveheart. I loved all the characters. I think the Scottish accent is amazing. Love it. Besides Patrick Stewart, the only other person that I've actually heard with a Scottish accent in person was Grant Morrison. Love that guy's friggin' accent. I don't know why. I think accents in general are awesome. It might have something to do with how how boring your own natural accent becomes to you, to yourself, because that's all you hear, you know. So it just sounds normal, standard, boring. And after a while, if your friends, you know, they all pretty much sound like you know, that could go either way. It's awesome. I love it. This is the best. This is all I want to hear. Or the other extreme, like it is for me, where you're just bored. It's like I kind of already have a feel for this sound, and it offers nothing. Let me hear something different. That's one theory, or at least that's not a theory. It applies to me. The other one, and this is a theory because I don't feel this way. I don't think I do. Accents are disarming. It sounds like someone that doesn't really know how to talk correctly, because that's exactly what it is. That sounds condescending, but let me get to my point. I think that's how some people can subconsciously take it. Like, oh, this person, you know, they're less intelligent than I am. And therefore, you know, you put your armor down. It disarms you. You're not as defensive with this person because there's a part of you that says, there's no danger here. You know, I like this person because they're not going to try to kill me or use me or whatever. And that's what I think. I think that subconsciously a lot of people hear accents and they think that's, you know, better. And it can be for a number of reasons, but, you know, I think that's one of the reasons. Subconsciously, you kind of feel like it puts you at ease. Like, okay, this person's not a horrible monster. They're not going to try to kill me or something like that. They might try to rob me. They might try to rob me, but not kill me. That's so condescending. It's possible. It's possible that runs through a lot of people's subconscious mind when they hear an accent. I mean, obviously, it depends on what accent, right? If you hear an English accent, you might think, oh, this person's actually smarter than I am. If you hear, and I hate to say it, a German accent, a lot of people, because of World War II, might be more conditioned into believing that, you know, that's a bad person. I don't feel that way towards the German accent. I love the German accent, but that's because I've met a lot of German people, and they're really nice, really great, really smart, strong, great people. So I like it. But I think a lot of people that haven't met Germans haven't had that, real life experience. They might just go with whatever the fuck they're taught in school, which is they were so evil, which I don't believe at all. I think that some bad people have misrepresented a lot and programmed people into essentially being blind to the truth. With exaggerations and manipulations. I mean, everybody knows the old saying that the winners write the history books. You should know everything with that statement alone, and yet there's so many people that even though they've heard this before, they don't know exactly like what it's in reference to. They don't apply it in any way because they're not given any examples. And even the people that have examples probably, maybe they don't see other examples that it might apply to. So, let me get back to my point because I keep deviating when it comes to the Scottish people. The Scottish people, where is their country? So for a long time, I didn't know where Scotland was. And eventually I had to realize that, well, actually, there is no fucking Scotland. That's weird. What about Edinburgh? Oh, that's in Scotland. Okay. And then there's some other ones that I can't remember right off the top of my head. I was so close to going to Scotland. I went to England and I bitched out. I don't know why. I probably felt like I didn't have enough cash or I didn't know what the fuck to do over there. But yeah, I wanted to go to the castle in Scotland and I didn't. I wanted to go to Ireland, but I needed to take a ferry boat over there. And I didn't. Oh, man. That's the one that I regret the most, honestly. I would have loved to have gone to Ireland to visit Irish Lady Land. The women. Who doesn't know this? Irish women are perfection. But I hear from a lot of Irish men that Irish women are difficult, to say the least. That's what I've heard. I don't know, but I can understand it. I've also heard a lot of people say that French women are so amazing, but they're total, they're difficult. I think it goes without saying that any culture, any race whose women is considered to be like so good, it's like better than gold. It's like being a millionaire, but you're not. But you feel like when you're with this lady, it's gonna go to the heads. I mean, if what I look like, that description was the epitome of that's like the best, and I was treated as such for my entire friggin' life, I would probably not be very nice. I'd probably be full of myself a little bit. My ego would be through the roof, possibly. I guess another way of looking at it is, well, when you have that many people coming at you saying they want to be with you, you kind of have to be more selective. So I get it. Makes sense. The only negative there is going to be that you can't expect to really get an actual great person, because they might be lacking in several departments that they never developed because they didn't have to work for it as much as someone else. So that's the con of going for someone that is universally considered to be so fucking amazing that they don't actually have to be. I know. I know, I do, yes. How do I know? I was married to a lady that fits that exact description. Yeah. And it was horrible. First of all, she wasn't really physically that attractive. Why? Well, she didn't exercise. Simple as that. She didn't exercise and she ate whatever was tasty. And that's not a good combination. Women in general can't afford to put on more than a few pounds and still be considered very attractive. Men can't. And that's fine. I'm not going to argue for the opposite. Fat men are hot too, damn it. No, that's fine. I wouldn't want that. I think that if you have excessive weight, you're really not that strong. You can be, but I don't think it's a good thing at all for men and women. But never mind. This lady grew up attractive, or being considered attractive. She looked like the equivalent. I'm not going to say this is what I believe, but this is what she was told by many people, that she looked like Scarlett Johansson. So you can imagine, in the time when Scarlett Johansson is very famous, being told by multiple people that you resemble that particular person, you're going to have a lot of people sort of under the influence that, yeah, that's true. Personally, I think she looks like Scarlett Johansson in the way a donkey looks like a horse, right? I mean, yeah, it kind of does. You know, they got 2 eyes, 2 ears, kind of shaped the same. Yep, practically a horse. No, I don't see it. If she looks like Scarlett Johansson, then basically any woman, built the same, right? You got 2 arms, 2 eyes. There you go. That's Scarlett Johansson right there. Anyways, it went to her head. She didn't develop any other talents other than believing that she looked good, which I wouldn't really call that a talent. I mean, it's great to have confidence, but I mean, base it on something real, something concrete. Don't just have an overly inflated ego for no reason. I call that a fake ego. Fake egos are the worst, because since they're based on nothing, they are constantly going out of their way to convince themselves and others how great they are simply by demanding that you believe the same. And that's ill. It's horrible. Hopefully Irish ladies aren't like that. Anyways, fuck, man. My ADHD really pushes me off the rails when it comes to trying to achieve my point. All right. Let me see if I can finally do it this time. Braveheart. Scottish people. Love them. Braveheart taught me Scottish people. Awesome accents. So noble. Right? Freedom. So noble. So brave, heroic, amazing. Just wow. And then there's the reality. The reality says that the Scottish people have really strong ties to the Freemasons. I mean, they're right up there. The Scottish Rite, Freemasons. What's up with that? I don't have enough information there, but I mean, there's clearly something there. Why don't the Scottish people seeing as how they have such a strong hand in Freemasonry, have their own country. I mean, duh, it's the north of England. That's Scotland. It's just not on a map. You just have to know. The north of England is Scotland. Why don't they just make it official and call it Scotland? I don't know. Doesn't matter. That's it. Whoever's in control, that's their choice. But there's something there. I don't know. Still, they have really cool accents, and it's a little strange that they have Scottish Gaelic and the Irish have their own Gaelic. I wonder what the difference is other than, accent. I was studying, I think, Irish Gaelic for a while. So cool. I preferred much more to studying Greek and Latin. Latin is such a fake, made-up language, which is why I have trouble accepting that all the other, Portuguese, Spanish, French, and Italian came from Latin. Maybe? I don't know. But I kind of think it's bullshit. Because Latin was an obscure language that was being spoken by very few of the elite Freemasons in Italy, which means that the majority of people alive weren't speaking Latin. It was a way of transferring information secretly. What were they speaking? I'm assuming Italian. And therefore, I don't see how the fuck Italian could have come from Latin. I mean, these languages may have borrowed or been forced to implement some of the words from Latin into the languages. So, you see what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Fishy. Suspicious. What else do I want to say in my coffee high? I hate coffee. I fucking hate coffee. It just makes me feel like I'm on drugs, and not a good drug. One of those drugs that makes you feel weird. By the way, all drugs are bad. They really are. They really are. I don't know of any drug that's really all that good for you. Is sugar good for you? Nicotine? Caffeine? No. Next time I'm just going to have some tea. So stupid. So, the reason I think why I'm constantly battling the stupidity of demon possession in me, worms, parasites, whatever you want to call them. I can't even get to it, but I'm not following biblical law as well as I should be. It says, and let me be vulgar about it, don't fuck before marriage. It would be great to have an adult relationship with someone and not have sex with them. Hear me out. I know that we're so accustomed to it now. You date someone, you want to have sex with them. And then you keep doing that until you realize you can't get along. And then you go have sex with someone else. Isn't that shitty? Isn't that fucked up? I think that when you join organs, genitals, you transfer a lot of stuff. And you're not just transferring seed to make life, I think you can also transfer parasites, energy. I don't remember anywhere in the Bible saying, oral sex, it's good, you should try it. I mean, I don't know. Feels good, of course, but is it right? Is it really like what we were meant to do? Speaking of oral sex, I found out that some members of the Jewish community practice something that is called, and pardon me if I'm wrong, please do your own research, a bar mitzvah. It's like a party for a child, a baby, an infant who's undergone a circumcision. And that's just a rite of passage. It's perfectly normal. It's done on all Jewish boys. And this can be traced back to a deal that God made with Abraham. Or is it Abram? Abraham, I think. That you should cut off your foreskin and your penis as a sign, as a show, as a pact with God. And so there's a lot of people that are circumcised, not just Jewish people. Except the people that aren't Jewish do it because they were given information that says your penis will be cleaner if you get that skin cut. For people that aren't Jewish, this is a bit conflicting because, well, Jesus said you don't need to do it. So I guess that's the reason why people that aren't Jewish don't have it done. People that are believe in Jesus and have it done, well, that was usually not their decision. It was their parents' decision because somebody told them that it's cleaner that way. Here's the thing, though. If you believe that you were created by a higher being that created everything, who is all-knowing, why would he give you something that you didn't need? You know? This doesn't make sense to me. So I learned this a long time ago because I was an avid watcher of Kids in the Hall. Scott Thompson, he laid down some statistics, some facts. He said statistics. What do I know about statistics? He said that you lose 70% of sensation on your penis when you're circumcised, which kind of makes sense to me, at least. I'm not circumcised, so if I have my penis head pulled out and I just leave it like that in my underwear, it's not going to feel very comfortable, which means that it's more sensitive than others. It would have to be, because when you don't have that choice of covering the head up, it has to lose sensitivity in order for you to not mind. I also kind of think that there is a frequency involved with being circumcised. Because for a man who has his foreskin. When you're having sex, the skin is naturally going to be pulled back, unless the woman is very loose. Anyways, do you see where I'm going with this? If the frequency you are emitting when you are having sex is, one that has your penis foreskin pulled back, and you are emitting that same frequency when you're not even having sex because you don't have the option, it's in your penis is in that same position as when you're thrusting, because it's the skin is sort of, well, you know what I'm saying. I don't know. Just a random thought, but I don't think that's a very good thing. Even worse than that. I asked ChatGPT this random question about that. I'm looking it up right now. I said, because here's the thing. According to ChatGPT, not all Jewish people that go through the ritual of circumcision have this done, but some of them do. Orthodox Jews do this, and oh boy. The tradition that they do, that not all Jewish people that have circumcision do, is called a metzitza b'peh, abbreviated as MBP. Metzitza b'peh. Metzitza b'peh. I don't know how you say that. And the circumcision is performed on the infant child by a mohel. M-O-H-E-L. Mohel. Mole? I don't know. So he removes the foreskin from the young infant, and then this is quite disturbing, but it's apparently part of their tradition. I even saw some videos on YouTube where a mohel, will explain why they do this. It's hard to talk about because it's like, if I don't think there's any other people in the world that you can't really talk about as much as who I'm talking about. So might as well. If I'm gonna fucking get canceled, I might as well go down telling the fucking truth. The metzitza b'peh, let me spell that out for you. METZITZAH space B apostrophe PEH, or abbreviated as MBP. It's where this this religious person called a mohel or mole cuts the foreskin off of the infant boy and then puts his mouth on the cut and sucks on it to make it bleed a little. I haven't seen no, I have seen. I've seen some videos of the old man doing this to the infant while in the arms of the infant's mother or father. I don't know. Of course, the camera doesn't get right in there, so you don't know what part of the child's penis this old man is sucking on, you just kind of hear that it's where the skin was cut. So I don't know if he's literally performing oral or if it's on the side. But I kind of think that it's the whole thing, because I did see a video of a mohole talking about it. And he says, the lips are better because it just has better suction on the entire thing. So I do think that they are performing oral on this infant right in front of their fucking parents. I know that a lot of these psychopaths, and I'm referring to the actual psychopaths that might be offended, because they're offended because they know that somebody's pointing out the fucked up shit that they do and get away with and laugh about. And they say that it's just tradition, So you wouldn't get it, you fucking goyim. You wouldn't get it. Okay. Well, can't argue with that. I would not get it. I don't understand it at all. Oh boy. I mean, I can kind of see why they don't question it, right? If it's part of their tradition. If it's part of their tradition, that means they had it done to them. And nobody wants to believe something bad happened to them. This gave me a lot of questions, like what if an adult man wanted to convert? Would another adult man do the metzitzah b'peh? So I asked ChatGPT, and of course the thing said, no, that's just for infants. Okay, yeah, I'm glad. That wouldn't be very... No, you know what? I'm not glad of any of it. It's still fucked up. I mean, one less fucked up doesn't make the original fucked up feel like, well, that's fine. No, it's still, it's it's just very telling, You hear a lot of people say how some people they get in trouble for doing things that they shouldn't with young people, and then they run off to that one country that controls America. And then you find out that the Talmud actually writes down that doing stuff with children isn't a big deal. It says if the girl is like 3 or less, it's nothing. The hymen will regrow. It's comparable, it says, to a poke in the eye. Tears will come out, but that's all. It's not a big deal. And if you do things with a male child who's under 9, that's nothing. So, the demon robot program, aka ChatGPT, when I asked it, do they all do this? Do all the Jewish boys have to go through this mohel experience? And it said, no, not all of them do. Mainly the Orthodox. My second question was, do the adults have to go through this? Like the adult converts, you know, that want to be an Orthodox Jew. And again, it said, you know, no, that's mainly just for the infants. Mainly? I don't know. But it did say this other thing to this other question I had. I said, does the mohel ingest the blood of the infant? And I took a screenshot, so I got this. It says, yes. In the practice of Metzitza Bippe, MBP, the mole, M-O-H-E-L, places his mouth on the circumcision wound and sucks blood to draw it out. While the intention is to clean the wound and promote healing, this means the mole does ingest some amount of blood. And then it goes on to say, however, this practice is not universal and is mainly found in some only the ultra Orthodox Jewish communities. Many Jewish authorities and medical professionals oppose it due to health risks, and alternative methods like using a sterile tube or gauze are more common today. So basically, from what I found on YouTube, like 10 years ago, there was a bunch of reports in America, in the Jewish communities, that infants were dying because they were contracting the herpes virus. So fucked up, man. So that's why when I read that shit, that fucking fucked up shit, you just can't stop until it's finished. I was playing with a magnet. Anyways. It popped in my head that maybe these old guys, they have to suck off adult men as well. But of course, ChatGPT said that, no, they don't. They don't have to. Because otherwise, how the fuck are they getting herpes? I don't know. The mind can run with that one. So the Talmud says some fucked up stuff, right? Says some fucked up stuff about Jesus and Mary. Please look it up. It's pretty sacrilegious stuff, you know. Pretty much says that Jesus is in hell, burning in a lake of feces, and it says that Mary, Jesus' mother, was promiscuous, and not as nice words. All of that just leads anyone who isn't a lover of Talmud that book is Satanism. What else could it be? I don't see any good reason to do that to a child. It's bad enough to mutilate him because of a deal that supposedly happened a very long time ago. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think it happened, but here's the thing. The Bible was changed. It was altered. They've admitted to every follower of Christianity that the book, the Bible, had more entries than we have today. And yet, the Bible says it twice. At least the Bible we have today says it twice, that no one should alter or edit, add or take away things from the Bible. And most of us know that there are books that they took out. This is not a secret. And most of us know that it wasn't written in our language. So if you speak more than one language, you know that not everything is translatable. There is something lost in translation. So right off the bat, we didn't do it right. It's not for nothing, I think, that Jews are taught Hebrew so they can read the Torah in Hebrew, because that's the right way to do it. Why the fuck weren't we taught Greek, Hebrew, Latin to read the Bible the way it was? Because otherwise, we have to believe whoever's in charge of translating it. And they might be liars. They might be bad guys. We might be getting set up. I'm currently reading the Bible to my daughter, so it's pretty important to me, but I think that there's stuff that the bad guys may have left in there in order to resonate with truth. If that makes any sense. I think there's a part of us that knows when something is true, and it'll have a deeper pull, a deeper connection. But once you've established that, I think that they can also embed lies to mislead. So I heard the other day that one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life, not in person, but, on television, Michelle Trachtenberg, died of who knows what. They think that, well, she had a liver transplant not too long ago. It's probably that. Sort of keeping in mind what Tyler from Fittest Flat Earther opened my eyes to the possibility that there are some famous people out there that fake their deaths. And especially when he shared that one fucking video from that I can't remember his name. He was an Asian-looking man who was apparently Donald Trump's photographer, who said in one of his videos on TikTok or Instagram, I don't know, that, one of the first things that Trump should, write into law is that you can come back. Celebrities that have faked their deaths, they can come back and no one is allowed to hassle them or question them unless, they want to be questioned or interviewed, I guess. What the fuck was that about? So that makes me think that there is something to it. Some celebrities have and do fake their own deaths. And what's that about? I have no idea. Is it the FMs? It's possible. Robin Williams was definitely involved with the FMs. Then if it's not bad enough, then like the very next fucking day, I hear news that, oh, by the way, Gene Hackman is also gone too. Gene Hackman, one of the best actors of our days, our time, this reset. I loved him in Sam Raimi's Quick and the Dead with Sharon Stone and Leonardo DiCaprio and Russell Crowe. I loved him as Lex Luthor in Superman. I don't know, man. I loved him in The Royal Tenenbaums. Wes Anderson, great movie. French Connection. Mississippi Burning with Willem Dafoe. He actually looked like somebody, some of the men in my paternal side of the family. It reminded me a little bit of my grandfather, my paternal grandfather, except he did have a mustache, and I think that's better. Naked faces. Ugh. Grow a fucking beard or a mustache or both. I saw a picture of both of these people, celebrities, before they died, and all I can say is that it didn't look anything like them. The woman portraying Michelle Trachtenberg. There you go. That's how you know it's a magnet. Didn't look anything like Michelle. Had a completely different nose. You could say, oh, well, that was a nose job because stupid. She was the prettiest little girl when I first saw her in Pete and Pete. Harriet the Spy. I was just in love with her. She was just the prettiest woman ever. Fucking tall. And that face. Perfection. Russian. Man, Russian women are so good looking. Like, I didn't get it. Why, Donald Trump? You gotta go to Russia. That's where the good... But yeah, I mean, Russian women are very attractive. It's crazy. But Russia is different. I mean, they did go through that hellish, demonic experience of the Bolsheviks. I need to do some research because I don't know how the fuck, honestly, did the Bolsheviks stop being in control. I'll give you, for example, of an example that I'm thinking about right now. There's this place in Mexico that was supposedly super controlled by the Chinese. You know, they just took over the town. They had their hands in every aspect of the city, and even including the population. A large portion of the population in this one particular area, I'm not going to mention, look Chinese, which makes sense, you know. And I've even taken some historical tours talking about the past and why some areas of Mexico so strongly resemble the building structures of China. You know, so compact and just smushed together, like they're trying to just get as much in there as possible. And I really don't like that. I really, it's messy. It's just really messy, and I do believe in energy and frequencies, and I don't think that human beings were meant to live that way. But then again, now I'm sort of considering like machine frequencies, and the way they sort of wirelessly communicate with one another is because they're emitting the same frequency, so they're able to wirelessly connect. Now, if you research the pineal gland and you realize that these quartz are the same quartz that are used in cell phones to wirelessly communicate with one another, then you're going to maybe put two and two together and realize that similar frequency human beings connect wirelessly to each other if they're the same energy, which is why you might find a group of people communicating with one another in a way that people that aren't of that same frequency might have trouble understanding, but to each other, they know exactly what they're talking about, even if, as an outsider, you might hear that they left out the subject. They left out, you know, so much to actually be able to decipher it, and yet they themselves understand exactly what they're talking about, like they have a similar frequency, which is different than, oh, it's because they're talking about something that happened when they were both there, so that's why. That can happen, but more I'm talking about, like, let's say a group of the same kind of energy is in school being taught by someone that's pretty much like themselves, and everybody gets it, but you get somebody that's of a different group in there and they don't know what's going on. So they can make up for it by studying even harder and maybe even getting better grades because of it. But you might see other people that aren't trying as hard but still doing pretty, you know, adequate. I think there's something there as well. Now let me move on to other things. But what I want to say is that about Michelle, I guess there's a part of me that hopes she's not really dead. And maybe that's why it's easier to believe that, because I don't want her to be dead. I didn't know her. All I knew is that she was gorgeous in Euro Trip. She was a fucking giant. She didn't look like it, but she was. She was Russian, and I don't know what else. I loved seeing her laugh in the blooper scene in Cop Out. This is a Kevin Smith movie. I didn't watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I saw the movie, and then I think I saw the first pilot episode. And then I heard how famous and popular it was, but I don't know. I didn't feel like watching it. Sarah Michelle Gellar is, or was, very attractive. I don't know. It just didn't motivate me to fucking watch it. I've kind of felt like, well, I already got it from the movie, which was awesome. The leading girl or lady, the leading lady of the Buffy the Vampire movie, loved her, man. She was so attractive. I can't believe that David Spade used to used to date her. Golly, why didn't he marry her? I know I've heard that, he was such a regular at the Playboy Mansion, so clearly he was having fun with very good-looking women, but gives a shit about that. I mean, I don't know. It's his personal life. I have no idea if she was a difficult, horrible person. He doesn't seem difficult. Maybe he is, but he just doesn't seem it. He seems like a nice, normal human being. What the fuck do I know? And Christy Swanson was just so gorgeous. Why did she leave? Why did she disappear? I would hate to find out that, oh, actually she died. I really don't want to fucking find that out. I hope she's fine. So David Lynch, Michelle Trachtenberg, and Gene Hackman. That's a weird one. That's a fucking weird one. Really like Gene Hackman, man. He was awesome in everything he fucking did. Like there was that one movie with Sigourney Weaver and Jennifer Love Hewitt. Heartbreakers. It was basically a better remake of Dirty Rotten Scoundrels with Michael Caine and Steve Martin than that other piece of shit that was done with what the fuck is her name? I don't know their names. Okay, in the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy, in the third one, she was Catwoman. I don't know her name. She has very nice breasts. That's all I know. You can see her breasts in there's some shitty ass movie called Havoc. Never seen it, but I did see just the breast scene. There's some other movie with Jake Gyllenhaal called Love and Drugs or some bullshit. I don't know. I didn't see that one. I don't care if you can see her breasts. It just seems stupid. And yeah, yet another one. Another movie that I'm not gonna watch, called Brokeback Mountain. The story of Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal, who fall in love with each other because I don't know why. Bolshevik bullshit propaganda, I guess. Because when you have Catwoman at home, or Michelle Williams, who's also gorgeous, You know, it's not enough. You kind of need to get you some man ass. Sorry. No, I want to apologize for that one. There is real medical reasons why you shouldn't fuck someone in the ass or get fucked in the ass. I mean, I know that the bad guys, who, by the way, in the Talmud, it says that there's like fucking 8 genders. Get the fuck out of here. It's not a good thing. You're going to get sick. You're going to spread sickness. And it might just be a transference of parasites. Out of sight, out of mind applies to a lot of people's beliefs. You don't see it. You think it's not there. But these plasmoidal microscopic worms, which I guess you can look at as snakes, they're there. They're a real thing. And in the book of Enoch, it says that once the giants, the offspring of the fallen or the watchers, when they were destroyed, they got turned into hungry ghosts, which is very interesting because this is a shared description of some evil ghosts in is it Asian cultures. You know, these ghosts that can't eat. They have large mouths and very small throats. To me, that sounds like a fucking parasite. And I challenge you to look up what parasites actually look like under the microscope and tell me that's not a motherfucking demon. Gene Hackman was found mummified in his home. Mummification is the well-known Egyptian practice of conserving the dead. But apparently the human body can go through mummification if left to rot in a very dry environment, which apparently, because of the winter season, wherever the heck he was, that's what it was. It was dry. And he was found in his, it says, I read, in his mudroom. What exactly is a mudroom? That I don't know. Rich people stuff? Rich people shit? Yeah, I need to look that up. What is a mudroom? Wait, I'm going to ask Alexa if she fucking knows what a mudroom is. Alexa, what is a mudroom?
A mudroom is a room that serves as a transition between the outside and inside of a home. It is typically a small space located at the entrance of the house where shoes, bags, and coats can be stored. Mudrooms are commonly found in homes with multiple entrances and are useful for separating dirt and moisture from the inside of the house.
Damn, I need one of those. I had a girlfriend, like, a very long time ago, whose, you know, her family, they had one of those. But that is a funny name to call that entrance room. I would not have called it a mud room. Anyways, him and his lovely Asian wife and their dog were found dead. Apparently there were lots of pills near where his wife was found dead. And I guess if the mudroom is technically a room outside of the house that's kind of just attached, which basically that's what it was. That's what it is. I like those rooms a lot. That's probably why he was mummified. Because it gets really, really, really cold at night. And then kind of, not so cold during the day. I don't know. It's weird as fuck. This one is weird. Lex Luthor is found dead, mummified, and his wife as well. So somebody fucking said like, oh, well, out of grief, she killed herself. What? Fuck out of here, man. Fuck out of here. No fucking way. That lady was a lot younger than he was. Not a lot. I don't know. 10 years, 15 years. I don't know. She looked 60, honestly. She could have been 70. But I swear it wasn't Gene Hackman. So I saw a picture of Gene Hackman before he died, and it didn't look anything like Gene Hackman. It looked like somebody hired a very old man who was getting ready to die to be Gene Hackman's replacement, and it wasn't fucking Gene Hackman. That's what the picture I saw looked like. I got a screenshot of it. I might just upload those with this podcast. It just didn't look anything like him. And considering the other information I already talked about, that's why I kind of think there's a strong possibility that wasn't him. It's a strong possibility. This guy is not just any fucking person. You might say to me, like, Michelle Trachtenberg wasn't that important. There's no way that she's on a unmapped land, some hidden land right now, enjoying being blah, blah, blah. Why not? She was gorgeous. Wow, gorgeous. Just like, damn. She was. To me, she was one of the best looking ladies out there. I love Ana de Armas because she is fucking gorgeous. And I don't know who I would pick out of those two. If I were so lucky, if something just one in a 8 billion chance that I had any of those two ladies in my life, and I could actually choose only one, which one I would go for, which is just such a terrible thing to even think about. But honestly, let's just for funsies. Boy. No, that's a hard one, man. Ana speaks Spanish, so I like that. And she's gorgeous. Michelle is... And I'm thinking of old Michelle, not whoever the fuck they got to replace her, because clearly the previous version of Michelle Trachtenberg had a different nose. And you can say, oh, nose job. That's it. Yeah, maybe. But there was also like a different energy. And you might say, well, because of the show Buffy. Joss Whedon, he was after that ass. I have no idea. I have no idea what the fuck happened there that that may have actually affected her. I don't know. Because you can fuck around and say that, okay, Joss Whedon messed her up in the head so much that then she became a fucking drug addict and she had substance abuse issues for so many years that's what got her into an early grave. And I think that's what everyone's supposed to believe. But then look at the fucking bloopers of Cop Out, which is clearly after her run with Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and therefore this should already be, messed up Michelle, traumatized Trachtenberg. Oh shit. Anyways, so is it possible? Of course it's possible, and that's enough to get you to believe it, to get most people to believe that that's exactly what happened. Is it not also possible that one of the royals saw her and said, I like that, get me that? I know that you don't want to think that's a possibility. I don't want to think that's a possibility. But let's really consider it. Are there royals out in the world, the known world, that we don't know about? For example, if you ask yourself, how many royal families are there in existence right now? How many? So you think, well, England, duh, the royal family of England, right? Yeah. Are there other royal families? Are there royal Africans, royal Arabs, royal family in the Netherlands, perhaps? Maybe even Spain? Any royals in these areas or other ones? My research tells me that there's about 13 different royal families. Right? And you can look it up, do the research. You'll be amazed. And I say that because, after you've done the research and you see how many there really are, you might start to wonder, why the fuck don't we know more about these people? Why the fuck is it only a small group of certain individuals connected to some of these people that we ever hear about? I've met a Saudi Arabian once, and that was a frightening encounter. He wasn't scary towards me. He was just all around scary. But I think that I actually bumped into like the nicest Saudi who and he was like a psychopath. No, yeah, he was kind of like a psychopath, He could turn on a dime. The guy wanted to be thought of as charming, so he tried to be funny, but then he could flip when it came to something that he didn't like. And he could also be very controlling. There was an American woman in Amsterdam who was very young. She was like 18, so she was a med student. And she thought, great, this guy, he's got money. I'll have fun with this guy. Until the guy until she realized that the guy had enough money to pretty much just follow her to every country in Europe. That was interesting. And I could see his face, like if I even wanted to hang out with her, how upset he would become. Like he didn't want any competition, and I wasn't looking to get with anyone, so it was uncalled for. And later on, somehow he got my fucking information, and he would text me, asking me questions like, "What is she telling you?" He actually tried to bribe me. He's like, "You're a writer, huh? Well, I could get you published." I didn't have much real information, so... But I just kind of felt like even the little information I have, I'm not going to give it to you because fuck you. Honestly, I could get you published. Like, maybe he could, but that's not the point. I don't... There is no trust. Trust was not established at all. So I would have to be a big fucking idiot, and he clearly thought I was, to bite that bit of bait, you know? It's like, really? Okay. I mean, the only reason why I believe he was a Saudi Arabian to begin with is not just because he said it and claimed it, but because she had been with the guy for a few weeks and was also saying that, yup, he is. But other than that, I mean, I don't care if that was a rich and powerful person. I'm not going to ever be stupid enough to think that anyone is going to randomly help me when they don't have to. When there is no relationship, no obligation, you know? It's like, do this for me, and I will definitely do something for you that's way more difficult. I'll get your shit published if you just give me some information. It's like, I don't know. There wasn't much I could have given the guy. Even still, there was absolutely nothing guaranteeing me that he would have helped. More than likely, he did come off as a shady individual who would not keep his word. Anyways, so if you do your research and find out that, hey, there really is a bunch of royals that I didn't know about, would it be silly to consider that if they wanted someone bad enough that they could fix it? They could fix it to take them. You know, it'd be really fucked up if I fucking disappear because apparently I was 100% on the money. And, god damn. Yeah, that would be fucked up. I would hate that. Fuck them. That would be so effed up if somebody actually saw Michelle years ago, like I did when I was young. Grew up thinking, she is beautiful. I have no idea what accent I just did, so it's, you know, it could be any of them. There's a lot of royal families and a lot of royal family members. And they just said, I like her. She's hot. Eventually they got older, and liking them from afar is not good enough. Hopefully it's not as sinister as that. Hopefully it's more like, hey, I want to be with you. I have untold fortunes, and I pretty much can do whatever the fuck I want in the world. I guarantee you'll always have whatever you want. Your family is set for life. In exchange, I want to be married to you, have kids with you, and I just want you to myself. I just want you to myself. I don't even want you to be famous anymore. You'll just be famous to me. What we'll do is we'll hire someone to pretend to be you. We'll say that the reason they look so different is because you're sick, and then we're just going to say that you died, but really you're just going to be living here in my land with me, and that's it. It's nobody else's business, and that's it. Is that possible? I think it is. Because, Michelle really hadn't done anything since Bruce Willis had a movie in the theater. Oh, I hate that. I hate that they took Bruce Willis as well. I know, they didn't kill off his character. They just said like, oh, well, he's got problems now, and that's just the way it is. And no more Bruce Willis movies, which I really hate, because I think the last Bruce Willis movie, or movie that Bruce Willis was in that actually went to the theater, was that piece of garbage that M. Night Shyamalan did, which I think I never want to see one of his fucking movies ever again after that piece of shit, even though I did, but I didn't pay for it. I saw Old, a piece of shit movie. I saw, I can't remember what the fuck that was called, with Dave Bautista, something like Cabin in the Woods or some shit. Piece of shit movie as well. So he has a talent for making shitty movies, but getting really top-notch talent to be in his piece of shit movies. And and he gets awesome director of photography people, because they look amazing. So he makes them look amazing. He gets amazing actors. And sometimes they're that fucking good that they can make his weak shit stories feel like, oh, wow, this story is good. Just by getting some of the best people to work on your piece of shit story, right? So awesome cameraman with real talent, awesome music people, to actually make it feel like it's better than it actually is. I think that would be the equivalent of me being like a rich motherfucker who just feels like, I want to make some awesome comic books. And I come up with like the shittiest story ever because I'm an idiot, because I have so much fucking money, so much pull, and what's the word? Influence, power and influence, that I haven't realized that what I do, what I think, isn't actually all that good. I'm mediocre, and I have no idea, because money. So I just pay people that are way more talented than I am to make my shit come off as being genius. Since people at large have no fucking idea how the only reason why they like what I'm putting out is because I hired top quality people, and they have no idea, because movies in general get credited to the director. So everyone is constantly looking at the director, that they won't consider these things, you know. Like, sometimes the director didn't fucking write the thing. It came from a book. And it'll say, like, well, they kind of wrote the screenplay. They co-wrote the screenplay with somebody else or whatever. I mean, it's not their story. And they didn't control the camera. That's the director of photography. So if what you see on screen is amazing, don't credit the director. That's the DP, the director of photography, that you have to thank for that. If you really like the story, check out if it didn't come from a book first. So it's not that hard to modify someone else's story, honestly. It's just fucking not. So then what exactly does the motherfucking director do? Is he just the baby that goes around looking at other people's work and going, not like that, do it different? Yeah, that's it. That's it. And you know what? Even if he sucks, there's another guy that's going to edit that. The editor. So I think too much credit, way too much fucking credit is going to the director, and standard regular people aren't really considering that a lot of it was the music, the visuals was the cameraman, the acting, that's the talent of the actors themselves. You know, how much experience they have, and they could turn shit into gold. The editor that cut out a lot of the garbage, you know, the producer. Oh, I didn't even finish my fucking example. I could be a shitty comic book writer, but feel like I want to put out a comic book. Kevin Smith. And I have money, so I can afford an amazing illustrator. Or I'm famous, Kevin Smith. And the company that's publishing the comic book, you know, provides me with an amazing illustrator or cover artist or whatever. Matt Wagner, Green Arrow. And the comic book will feel like it's better than it actually is. Daredevil. Fuck you for killing Jessica Page. Is that what her name was? Yeah. Thanks, Kevin Smith, you murderer. Yeah, because you know that character eventually is going to get killed off in the Daredevil series. I'm not going to watch it because fuck Disney, but, you know. I like, what is her name? She was in True Blood. She's so gorgeous. I love her, man. Love her. Tall. And I don't know if she's a natural carrot head, but she is naturally gorgeous. And I hear that she is a big Dungeons and Dragons fan. Like, she will religiously play it. I think that's fucking awesome. And that makes her incredible. To be that good looking but you're also a nerd. Fuck yeah, man. There's this other I recently I mean, weeks ago or months ago, I kept seeing this one girl, like clip videos of her streaming on Twitch, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, and I thought, well, she's hot, I guess, and it makes her more hot seeing that she's into the same games as I am. And today I saw it again, and I was like looking through her videos, like, damn. So she's good looking and she's good at the games. Shit. That is something. But it also made me consider that whole thing I was talking about earlier where when you're that good looking, you don't really try that much. And I hope I didn't say her name, because I will say that she comes off in her videos as being kind of stupid. Like super fucking just dumb as a rock. And but it's understandable. So she's in shape. She's good looking. She's young. You can see her eating junk food in most of her videos. You can hear the way she speaks, and it's like, bro, oh, bro. And it's like, oh, you're a fucking idiot. I can't stand anybody that says bro. Bro is fucking stupid to say. You know what I'm saying, brother? It's not a bad thing. It's just kind of dumb. Bro. Why not brother? You got somewhere to be? You're too fucking lazy to say the entire thing. I remember a college class, a community college class, and I think it was psychology, where the fucking professor was telling the entire class that shortening words was the best way to go about life, because you save so much time. I was really young, so my eyes weren't awakened to the truth at that point, so that I could call bullshit. I can't believe that at the time I heard this stuff. I didn't know that the American education system was ridiculously garbage. So I thought, well, I guess. All right then. Yeah, don't fully say shit. Oh my God. I don't want to live long enough for the word water to turn into wah. Give me some of that wah. Fuck, man, can you imagine? In the future, that the secret Bolsheviks want to accomplish, the communists, where we can't even believe that we have the time to fully say water. Can you imagine the rest of English? I mean, if water is ever said like wah, can you imagine what the rest of the language would be like? It would just be a bunch of people just not finishing what they were saying. It would be like a new version of English. It'd be a new language. You got to go to school and study this stupid, dumbed down version, extremely abbreviated and edited version of English. It'd be 1984, which is kind of like what we're going through. George Orwell's 1984, Big Brother and all that. Yeah, George Orwell, or whatever the fuck his real name was. Yeah, he clearly knew something. Wasn't he a Freemason? I don't know. I know that Bram Stoker was. So those motherfuckers knew something about vampirism. Interesting that some people still ingest blood. I'm just so fucking grossed out by that. So sickened. There's so many stuff that it's illegal to even say, I think. I don't envy you guys over there in the UK where you don't have freedom of speech. I know, I get it. You want to believe, like, of course I do. What the fuck are you talking about? You damn Yankee, or whatever the fuck you fucking say. Listen, guy, don't be a wanker. You don't, okay? If you do, say something about the state of Israel. Yeah. Go ahead. See if Ben, Bibi, Netanyahu. Yeah, no, I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't risk it. These guys have altered history, and I don't know. It's upsetting, of course, to think that they can get away with this fucked up shit. It does make me sometimes a little upset at the good creator, the good boss, because I guess like most people, I just go like, why do you allow this? And the answer I get in my heart or in my mind, whatever, or both, is the book of Job, or Job, J-O-B, where it's a challenge. It's, in Spanish, it's reto. It's a challenge to see who's the best of us, who's really a good guy, who can sort of separate themselves from the physical world and realize that it's not the one that matters the most. Physical reality is fucking hard to ignore, but do it anyways. That's a tall order. There was something I liked that I read the other day from the Gnostic text. It said that, those of us who come from the light will go back to it, or we'll find our way there. And well, whoever hears this, I mean, obviously this information found you for a reason. Maybe you're on your way to wake up. Maybe you're already awake and you just needed to hear something good. It's a hard challenge, but and every once in a while we get those friggin' demons sort of whispering in our ears like, it's all for nothing, it's all for nothing. It's unfair, it's all unfair. But I do think we're in a little season. And I like thinking about that. I like thinking that the bad stuff will end. Because it's just logical to think that it can't be like this forever. And there's something I liked in that Leonardo Joni Roseanne podcast a lot, which is that I think it was Joni that said that she realized that the people in charge really believe in these things to be true, and that's how you know that they are real. They might want the masses and the rest of us to really believe only in the religion of scientific stuff. Scientific. But if they believe in all the stuff that they claim that they want us to believe isn't real, then it's real, man. It's real. There's the good guys and the bad guys. And I like the part in the book, the Bible, where it says that the bad guys will eventually lose. The red dragon will be thrown into the lake of fire along with the beast and the false prophet. And the rest of us, well, will be all right. That is a taxing conversation right there. It is. My lady friend wants to come over and visit me. She had a small surgery performed on one of her legs because she had a vein removed. I don't know how that works. It sounds so messed up. It was giving her pain for a very long time, so she had it removed. But the incision is apparently the size of a needle's prick. And it still sounds messed up. It's like, ugh. So on the inside, it needs to be repaired. You can't really see it on the outside. But still, ew. I don't know. Something, gross about it. Something unnatural there. I think that the human body was made the way it was supposed to be for a good reason. And any alterations to it is a step in the wrong direction, more than likely. It is self-sabotage. I have tinnitus because I fell on my fucking head when I was a kid because I didn't have good parents to say, hey, don't do that, it's fucking dangerous. So, at all times, I can hear a ping going on in my head. Thank you. I don't like that at all. And I think that will definitely alter my frequency, right? And there's pros and cons to it, because if we all have a natural frequency inside of ourselves, maybe there's a way to use that against people. And if you're evil, if you're part of the evil satanic regime, you're probably looking into this, because there's so many different things that are being thrown at us, from the chemicals in the air, barium and aluminum being thrown into the air, right? Don't just kill them, barium. And it's also the name of Baal. Well, the chemical symbol for barium is Ba and aluminum is Al. Crazy, right? And the food, the chemicals that are being poured into the crops and food, It's usually stuff that turns men into women, right? There's this chemical that's used on crops so that the insects can't reproduce. Obviously, when this gets sprayed on the crops, it absorbs it, and then you eat it. Yeah. So, oh boy. What else? Fluoride in the water. Fluoride being one of the main ingredients in rat poison. Supposedly, what I've heard, it was also used in World War II, again, as poison. But in small amounts, it's really good for keeping cavities out of your fucking mouth. Oh, well, let me get some of that. Let me gargle that shit then, right? I use, exclusively I use toothpaste that is fluoride free. No fluoride for me. Thank you. My teeth are fine. I've never had a fucking cavity ever. Every time I've gone to a doctor in the last, a dentist, in the last 7 years, has told me I need to get fillings. I need to get these cavity holes covered up. And every time I ignore them, I think to myself years later, why don't I have any pain in my mouth? Why don't I have any pain in my teeth? Why doesn't my breath smell like shit? Because there's a problem, it should stink and be very painful, right? You would think so. 7 years later, after getting being told by those dentist idiots that you're gonna need this and that procedure, and after the whores prep my mind for giving them a job. Yeah, go ahead and do that because you told me I need it. And then the asshole dentist, the real son of a bitch, goes in there and says like, "Oh yeah, I see it. You got holes. Yeah." And I ignored the son of a bitch for 2 years, and then I went back thinking, okay, I'll get checked out, and I'm going to be told something completely different because I clearly don't have that stupid dumb shit that they said that I do, because I've never had any pain or problem with my breath or anything that you would imagine would occur if you don't listen to them. And I was told, "Oh yeah, you're gonna have cavities. You got cavities. You got cavities, and we need to block them up. We need to do some shit that isn't natural to your mouth, that wasn't in the Bible, expressly. Like, yeah, you need this shit, says God." I already know the argument for that. It was like, well, back then, we didn't have as much legal poisonous shit that you could buy to fuck yourself up. Okay. I don't partake with that garbage, so maybe that's why I'm fine. Why am I being told that I have a problem that isn't hurting me? It's not doing anything. I'm not noticing a problem whatsoever. I call bullshit on that. I don't have any serious health issues. You can say I have ADHD, but I wonder what ADHD really is. I mean, according to encyclopedias, not new ones, old ones. ADHD was a lack of nutrition in the cells. You weren't eating right, and therefore they couldn't concentrate, couldn't focus. You won't find that in the new ones, of course, but it makes perfect sense. As a kid, I wasn't buying my own food. My old lady was. I hate the word mother. Maybe it's because I feel that I didn't really grow up with one. Yeah. I don't want to be bitter about it. I'm over it. I was bitter about it maybe a long time ago. Now it's just, I get it. Those disgusting things, those disgusting worm snakes are in there, puppeting them. Whatever's good sort of tries its best to steer, but really they're in the back seat. Now, I don't want to sound so fucking superior to that, because just because I know it doesn't mean that I have a better time of holding on to the wheel. You know, sometimes it feels like one scene in if you've ever seen the fourth Freddy movie, A Nightmare on Elm Street, The Dream Warriors, awesome movie. Was it that one? Yeah. Near the end, where the main character, I think her name was Alice, definitely Alice, she's trying to save the gym chick who's working out in the garage, lifting weights or whatever, bench pressing, and Freddy's attacking her, and Alice says to, what's his name? Ken or some shit. Dan, I think it was Dan. She's like, we have to get to so-and-so's house. I'm driving. And then there's a cutaway back to the woman in her garage that was exercising being attacked by Freddy. He's like turning her into a cockroach or some shit. And then there's a cut back to Alice, who's doing it again. She sees Dan, who's hanging out by his pickup truck, and she's like, we have to get to so-and-so's house. She's in trouble. I'm driving. Cut back. Freddy messing with that chick. Cut back. And Dan actually says Alice's lines for her. We have to get to so-and-so's house. I'm driving. And then Alice finally sort of snaps out of the loop and says, oh my God, we're both asleep. We have to go now. Anyways, that's how demon possession feels. That's how it was also described in, I think it was the Essene Gospel, another book that was removed from the Bible, except I think that one is legitimately a fact. It says, when you do what you hate to do, you know, like let's say I will fully get why you shouldn't eat at night, right? Because if we're anything like plants, and more than likely we are if we were fucking made of mud, carbon-6, there is photosynthesis involved. I think the digestion works better in the daytime. So that's when you're supposed to eat. And if there's something in you, the fucking parasites, that says, you know, it would be really great right now when you should be asleep, but you know what? Instead of that, why don't you eat an entire fucking meal right now? Fuck yeah! So good. You're gonna love this shit. I know you could wait for tomorrow, but why? Why wait? You know what? Instead of waiting, why not you eat this right now and tomorrow you eat some more? It's horrible. And you can apply that to anything. I mean, you can apply that to somebody having trouble with drugs, for instance. You know that fucked up shit happens when you do drugs. But you know what? That's what badasses do, baby. Just fucking take some of those drugs. It's fun. Why wait? Why not? There's a bunch of this stuff that can go through your mind, and it can be applied to anything. Stealing, fornicating, murder. It's a series of agreements. And the more you let the worm, the demons, get you to agree with them, get you to comply, the stronger their hold of control is over you. Because you don't hear them with your physical ears. You feel it inside you, and you kind of think like, well, that's me. I'm the one that wants to do that. But is it? I think it's you. When it crosses your mind that that's not a good thing. And I don't think it's you when it crosses your mind, yeah, but I want to do it anyways. I think it's them. Like, here's me saying this. I don't want to have sex out of wedlock. But then there's that other voice that says, yeah, but it feels good. What's the big deal? She likes it too. She wants it to happen just as much as you do. I think instant gratification, and I've known this since I was young, very young. You would think I never knew this from all this stuff I've done, but yeah, at a young age, I'll say, well, I've known that instant gratification is never the right answer. It's always a bullshit lie. I used to say it all the time. Instant gratification, is a bad thing. I read something in the book, Robert Greene's book, Mastery, that kind of correlates with this. It said that in order to learn how to do anything right, you have to master boredom, because there's a learning curve where you're not doing it right, but you have to practice in order to get it right. Whether it's just reading a bunch of books, that is boring. I mean, clearly, if you're interested, they become easier to read. But yeah, when before you start acquiring this facilitation of learning whatever subject, it is boring as fuck. Like, if I hadn't read the entire Bible as many times as I have, twice, but certain sections, like 3 and 4 times. Sections. I mean, I guess they're called books. It feels a little strange to refer it as books, but yeah, that's what they are. I mean, there are some books in the Bible where they're big enough that they could be books on their own, but there's also some parts that don't feel like they could be books on their own. In fact, they feel like small pamphlets. I mean, when it's one page, not even a page, a few pages, it's like, is that a book? I think I looked that up recently, and the information I got is that no, they are not books. They are called, I can't remember. Keeps me from losing my credibility that I can't remember what they're called. They're either called Gospels. I can't remember the other name, but yeah, when they're shorter, they're not. You don't call them books. I just kind of grew up thinking that because I didn't really have parents. I pretty much raised myself, and I like me, but it's okay that I'm not raising another me. I don't want to. I think that I got to be me from a lot of hard experiences. For my daughter, I want her to be smart, and she is. She's incredible. I mean, she is 8 years old and she can read music. She can play chords on the piano. She's played songs on the piano and the guitar. She's learning to sing. I'm teaching her 6 different fucking languages. English, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, French, and German. This is not including sign language, which I'm also teaching her. She's an amazing artist when she's illustrating things. She's so cheerful. I mean, she is just full of sunlight. Incredible athlete, very strong. And I know that that's all due to me being a good father. And I think that's the best thing that I've done in my life. That I can say with full conviction that I'm a good parent. And I know I wouldn't have been this way if you remove any of the ingredients to my life. But I also know that she won't be as, I don't know, aware. A lot of awareness, I think, comes from experience. And I hope awareness for her, but I don't ever want her to fall in the pits that I had to develop this level of awareness. But it's right now, since she's only 8, it's kind of hard to explain how serious life is, because kids naturally gravitate towards wanting joy. And I mean, everyone wants joy, but when your eyes become open to the seriousness of the situation we find ourselves in as a human race, or as the human races, whatever you want to call it, as people in general, it is a situation. And it doesn't seem like it has any easy fixes, because it doesn't matter eventually when you know it's an iceberg. It's a motherfucking iceberg. And you're given basically like a little stone chisel, one of those tiny ones from Shawshank Redemption, and you're told this is what you have to combat this iceberg that only grows bigger with time. So you might think, well, eventually, it'll be real slow to destroy this thing with a stone chisel, tiny one, but eventually it will be destroyed. But then you get hit with that extra news about how, but it's also growing. So by the time you would have destroyed this thing, if it had stopped growing, it won't be possible because it's now even fucking bigger. But maybe that's the mentality that they want us to have. I don't think that there's anything that lasts forever. So I don't think this will last forever either. I think that everything has a balance of negative and positive, light and physical. So it has to have a balance. And I also don't think that anything lasts forever. I mean, clearly that's what I want to believe. What do I know? Oh, jeez. Fuck. I wanted to lean back. And use the damn phone as a microphone, but nope. Oh, shit. Hold on. I clicked on my computer. And now I don't know what I think. I don't know what I think. I hate coffee. Have I mentioned that? Hold on. I got more things to say. Jeez. This is what happens when you don't do a podcast in... This is like the third week. Right? This is the third week I'm actually doing it. But for 2 weeks I didn't do anything. Why? Because in the weekdays I'm with my daughter. And you might be like, okay, but you're not with her the entire day, and that's true. So why didn't I do it before or after? Okay, so after, I'm really fucking tired, and before, I was so stupid. Always stupid, that's one. Yeah. And what was it? What was making me so stupid? I was playing video games. Yeah, you can see all my plays, my playthroughs, my videos, my video game playing on the Twitch. I actually got the platinum for Bloodborne. I was gonna say Blood Rain. No, thank you. Bloodborne, and it was awesome. It was friggin' awesome. I even I bought the DLC and. So much fun. I really, really like Bloodborne. I don't know why. It just had some awesome fights. I loved the ending fight of the entire video game. with the guy in the wheelchair that ends up being like a super badass. I love that fight. That was an awesome fight, and I actually had to do it like, I don't know how many times, like 3 times or some shit like that. Yeah, that one was a lot of fun. And the chaos child at the end of the DLC, I actually had help with that one. I actually wasn't really interested whatsoever in a challenge when it came to the DLC. I kind of felt that everybody was hyping how difficult it is, and I just felt like I don't want to put up with that. I already beat the game. I don't want another challenge. And regardless, I got one. The Chaos, Orphan Chaos, I actually got online help, and I was grateful for it. It was just one other guy, because I just wanted to beat the damn thing, and he seemed so impossible. This guy was like Superman. He was literally wearing a cape. It was awesome. And I was so thankful that I had online help, because previously, before that, for some reason, I lost my internet last Saturday. Nice. Stupid assholes. I really I dislike that so much about this city. There is scumbags that will drive like the fucking city streets are their own personal racetrack. I hate these people. And that's when, I really believe that, it's just like how the Gnostic text says, not everyone is a human being that comes from light. Remember that the demons made some of these things that we think are human like us, but clearly they're not. I mean, how does it not fucking cross your fucking mind that you could hit a person, And you might think like, but they're doing it far away from homes, far away from schools. No, they're not. They're these fucking trash people. I'm talking about the bad motherfuckers that would actually drive like they're trying to, I don't know, outrun God or some shit. It's fucked up. I can't stand these people. I really, God, if you're out there, and I hope your name really is God and not, that the bad guys are just making us say something that we shouldn't. Which is why I kind of because I'm not sure about that, I'm not sure. I do want to say the create. Oh well, if I say the creator, I might be invoking Yaldabaoth. Okay, the good higher being in charge of destroying the bad guys here, when he feels like it. I hope you hurry it up. I would really, really, really love to enjoy the rest of my life without bad people around. That would be wonderful. That would be nice. I don't know what the hell I was saying. Okay, I'm back. I know. Back from what? I took a little break to take a leak, which I don't understand why it's called taking and not leaving one. I had a snack. I drank some water, since this might be secret information for a lot of Americans, but coffee dehydrates. I think this is a well-known fact in Europe, since you get served coffee with salt and water. I mean, salt and water on the side. In Italy, I believe. I don't know. I don't really remember ordering much coffee when I was traveling. And if I did, I don't remember the salt and water, but I'm pretty sure that I stick out like a sore thumb as a tourist. I don't think I fooled anyone that I'm actually French, I'm actually Italian. I think that even if I could come off or appear as one or the other, as soon as you talk to me, you hear that I don't know Italian or French, not well enough at least to have a conversation. I can understand Italian. I can't really speak it. Not in a conversation, maybe some words here and there. I can read French. It's been years, so I don't know if I can right off the bat understand it. I know that somehow I've been studying it for years, and I can do very well at helping my daughter with French and Italian. But I'm not comfortable enough to even have conversations. I chicken out. No, I don't think I chicken out. It's more like I completely forget that there's such a thing as Omegle, I think it's called. Omegle? I don't know. Where you can just have a conversation with people around the world, which is incredibly handy if you're trying to learn a different language, because theory is well and good, but if you don't put it in practice, it's really nothing. And so I'm missing that, and that's such a great resource, Megal. Oh, Megal. I've used it like a few times, and it was all right, although I didn't go on camera. You really have to go on camera so you can have a conversation with, sound. But who knows? I mean, for example, I have an acquaintance in Germany, and German is one of the languages which I'm learning that I'd like to learn more of. And we never speak in German. In fact, it's the other way around. She's constantly telling me, like, how do you say this in English? Am I saying it right? So, yeah. And then at first she wanted me to teach her Spanish, but then she's like, nah, you're saying it in Mexican Spanish. I'm not really curious about that. I want to learn Spain Spanish, which is pretty much the same. There's very few differences, actually. Instead of saying agarra, which is like grab, they say coge, which is kind of funny over here in Mexico. Small little differences. Instead of saying like th noise of an F, they go th, like the th. I don't know. It's tiny little differences, not much. It's not like I hear Spaniards talking and I get lost. Not at all. Even my daughter, I mean, if I can't find something dubbed in Mexico Spanish, it'll usually be in Spanish, which I guess is European Spanish, and it's completely comprehensible. It's not like, what? I don't understand. Whereas European English, England's English is, I don't want to say it's extremely different from English, because I mean, I can understand it. It sounds a little different, but not like, what? I don't get it. What's going on? No, it's not that hard. It just sounds fancy. I like it. It's not fancy in a bad way. It's fancy in a good way. Until I hear people like fucking Emily Blunt very seriously, trying to be funny, but still you can tell that she means it, saying that American English sounds like shit to her. She was making fun of her own daughter, though, saying like, oh, my daughter, she's saying I want some water. It's like, I can't believe you fucking have a problem with the way she says water. You know, like, oh, you need the fancy way of saying water, I need some water. You know, I love accents, but it's not making fun of it. It's more of an observation. I'm observing something of a difference. When I was in England, the weather is special right there, you know, because it's cloudy, so it's cold. I'm not sure if those two don't correlate together somehow. It's probably colder than it would have been if it wasn't so cloudy. But it's not unbearably cold. I did notice my skin turning more white, like the color white, while I was there. I thought that was fucking interesting. Also, even though it's not unbearably cold, it is cold enough that I couldn't speak normally. Like, there were parts of my face, like muscles, that were a little too frozen, that are, I'm not exaggerating, my mouth kind of felt a little numb, like I couldn't fully open my mouth all the way, and I had to speak like this. And I wondered to myself, like, could maybe the English in England be said the way it is because of the weather? You're probably thinking, that's impossible. Is it? Is it really? I don't know. You might say that the only reason why there's a difference in pronunciation is the influences that American English has had by, you know, other countries like Germany, Italian, France, Spain, all that. And yeah, of course. But the weather is different. So I think it has a little bit to do with that as well. I mean, England, the UK, it's basically an island. Honestly, it's an island. If you've ever been to the beach, you know that because of all the waves, you know, there's a lot of air. There's a lot of cold air. And since it's basically one big island, I think that's basically why the weather's like that. Which is kind of awesome to think about, that it's one big island. Every British person lives in a fucking island. That's kind of cool. Lucky bastards. One thing, though, that I will say that they're not lucky to have is apparently more Satanists, more of the Satanists, live in England than in any other place, according to the internet. I don't know if that's true. If it is, fuck, man. I I don't want to go back there. Hopefully it's not. I don't know. I've met a lot of Satanists, though, in my life when I was younger. And I will say that predominantly, I'm not going to say that all Satanists are this, but they were either gay or bisexual. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't understand. They seemed nice, but I don't know. You know, you see faces, but you don't know what's in their heart. So it's not like I got real chummy with them. Thankfully, I did not. They just seemed they seemed like energetic older men, and they were white. And they just happened to be gay Satanists that were into witchcraft. So they didn't call themselves Satanists. They called themselves Wiccan. But come on, same shit. And to all Wiccans out there that have no idea that you are a fucking Satanist, I get it. I get it. I was young once and I read a Wiccan book, and it sounded like hippie shit. Just, you know, tree hugging hippie stuff, all positive, all about we love everything and respect everyone, and, you know, hugging trees is good for you. I don't know. It sounded so positive. It would be nearly impossible for a teenager to read that stuff and go, this shit is Satanism. It's hard. You probably have to actually study Satanism to even like realize, oh, I get it now. It really, and I'm not like trying to promote anybody read Satanism, because the worst thing that could happen to you is you might think like, this isn't so bad. I was 16 years old, and I was in Oakland, California, and real close to San Francisco, Satan, capital of America. Or is that New York? I don't know. New York City, I mean. And there was this tiny little obscure music store who also had comic books and books, and I can't forget this place for many reasons. I had never been to Oakland before. I actually spent a few days visiting some of my maternal relatives that I've never seen since or before, and but I didn't care. It was awesome to me to have that experience. I'm 16, so of course I think that smoking cigarettes is the coolest. I'm a motherfucking badass. You don't even know. I look back at that and I think, man, smoking cigarettes at 16 years old? What the fuck? Did I even have parents? The answer is no, but I'm so upset. I wish I could just like grab me and just beat the shit out of me at 16, and I wish I had parents that cared enough to do that. Although I can understand why they wouldn't do that, and honestly, I it wouldn't have worked. I would have just hated their guts even more, called the cops on them or some shit. I wish they wouldn't have been so distant. I mean, I guess a therapist would fucking say, well, that's because their parents were probably even more fucking distant. And yes, they were. Still, you know, I mean, you would think that if they didn't like that they wouldn't have repeated it. But I can only assume that their parents were distant to an extreme, that the version of parental love they gave me for them was exactly what they would have wanted. And I do believe that to be true, which is why, you know, the level of care and effort I give to my daughter is the level I wish I would have received. And so far I feel that that's the best one, just because I see my daughter as I see each individual. You know, we all have this potential This we are these machines that can do so much, and yet we unfulfill this potential. And I think that the level of potential that we're capable of achieving is even greater when we're young, because we're like a sponge. We're soaking everything up, and eventually it hits its limit, and its limit is not really hit like it's an amount. It's more like a time limit. How much you soaked in when you were a kid, that's what you become accustomed to. And then it sort of starts, as you get older, degrading. As you got accustomed to a lot, it sort of, to me, it feels like it degrades slower. It lasts longer, and therefore you can do a lot more. And so I'm just trying to get every aspect of the human experience in there for her, right? To make her smart, versatile, but also strong and good. To have honor and dignity as well, not just be a total artist. I have my theories when it comes to artists. Might be pretty out there, but it doesn't even matter. Oh man, getting another wave of I drank a little more coffee. But I know. So what happened was, I went downstairs, I saw my cup, and I didn't realize that I didn't finish my darn coffee. There was still a little bit left, and I thought, well, that's just wasteful. And but I didn't want to take it straight, so I added some ingredients. One of them was this energy powder. It's supposed to be all organic, natural ingredients, no caffeine whatsoever. I put some creatine, some casein, and whey protein. Drank some water. Anyways, I'm probably gonna be feeling the regret. Well, any day now. Any day now. I'm actually fully dressed for this podcast. I'm not saying that normally I'm fucking naked or anything, but normally I'm wearing I'm at home without anybody around clothing, which might be, I'm definitely not in shoes normally. Right now I'm wearing my boots. Because my work boots, which is, I bought these boots almost, not yet, but almost 5 years ago. It'll be 5 years in the fall. So 4 years and change, I bought these boots. And I love these boots because they're wide-toed. It has a wide box in the toes, and I don't really want to wear stuff that crunches them in, even though I kind of have to because I don't have wide toe box things when it comes to my running shoes. So yeah, I'm very comfortable right now, and I feel like I'm ready to take on any responsible shit. And I think this is the best way to do it. I watched a video last night, I think, of David Lynch talking about his creative process, and he says that every day it's his routine to get up and fully dress himself, and following this routine allows his imagination, to just sort of pick up on ideas that he can focus on instead of thinking about all the other things that he needs to do. And I understand that, because sometimes if my room is a mess, it's hard for me to think, which is why I'm very organized. I know where everything is, and that frees me up mentally and creatively to think of other things instead of like, oh, I need to organize this. I don't understand other people. I think it's I don't want to be too disparaging, but it's not a good thing to be so disorganized. I grew up with people that were very, very disorganized, and they never knew where anything was, but they never fixed this problem where, to me, it just seems so obvious, just always put, stuff in the same place, and that way you'll always know where the hell it is. So I don't understand doing it any other way, because then it feels like you're playing a game with yourself. You're like, oh, I found it. And then when you don't need it, you put it wherever. And then again, if you need it ever again, you're like, I gotta look for that. It's ridiculous. I couldn't live that way. But I grew up with people like that, so I don't understand it. But I guess I learned from their mistakes. That's probably why. Even though I've never had that much money, when I have had money, I've always used it to better my situation or to get exactly what was needed. I've never done what they did, which is like pile up debt but still have money to buy nonsense bullshit. Oh God. And again, I guess they served as such a great example for what not to do. Okay, I digress. What I was saying about the video games I've been playing is I was so close for a while to getting the platinum trophy, which you get upon accomplishing every other achievement in the game. And the one that gave me the most trouble was the trophy in the dungeons, the Chalice dungeons. I had no idea what the heck I was doing. So for a long time, I just threw myself at doing the dungeons challenges. And I did a bunch of them. I did almost half of the dungeons that I had to. And I just felt lost. I didn't know what I was doing. And there were some walkthroughs, but they were like hours and hours and hours long. Like close to 5 hours of videos to see a walkthrough to understand what this other person was doing to achieve the trophy that you get upon beating enough of the dungeons that you unlock this final dungeon where you get to fight a secret boss in the dungeons and get a trophy for it. So then, instead of all that, I just looked it up on Google, and I saw it explained step by step. Do this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, and then this one. And it's like, yeah. I was actually able to skip one of the dungeons because I didn't need a certain item that you collected from there. So I did less. And then thankfully, because I had discovered this whole aspect of the Souls games where you can actually get an online player to help you out. And it was awesome. It was awesome. I had never done that like that. I was even adding people to my PlayStation friends because I could see that, okay, they enjoy these games. It'd be awesome to sort of just like call on these people to help out. And they didn't mind. It was awesome. So I really liked beating the dungeons with help from online players. The DLC, even though I beat the final boss with an online player, there were 2 major boss fights that I had to do on my own because the internet went out because Mexico. And that was the toughest ones. Well, besides Chaos Orphan. There was Hopeless Losers or some stupid shit boss. It was a bunch of weird looking people, beings, humanoid things surrounded by sunflowers. That was extremely, extremely hard. It was the shittiest boss fight I think I've done. So there's like 4 of these creatures that are just trying to fuck you up. And you can kill them, but a new one will just sprout up and start attacking you. So basically you just need to attack, make the giant health bar go down until it disappears, and try to, dodge, heal, and avoid getting killed while they're throwing comets. One of them, if you give them enough time, they have the ability to start shooting comets at you. So it was really hard. And I beat it in one try. And I'm so glad that I did, because that fight was so difficult. I would have hated doing it repeatedly. And I was happy for a moment. And then I realized that right after this fight, you immediately get another fight. And it's going to be just as hard. And it's Lady Maria. And of course, I wanted some online help. And of course, as luck would have it, the internet went out. Not the electricity, not the lights. So I had to play it on my own. And it took me like, I don't know, 8 to 10 tries. And at first, of course, fighting Lady Maria with all those freaking flying spin attacks that she does. She's like freaking Superman with swords. I died almost immediately, and then I start to learn her pattern, start to develop a strategy, and just by sheer luck, it felt, I beat her, and it was awesome. And I got the video, and of course I had to wait till the next day to upload it. I kind of think that my videos would do better if I put some commentary on them. Like, I think they're great, but obviously if I can add something to it, it might be even better, instead of just like, because sometimes I will, like, if I see a walkthrough, for example, and nobody's saying anything, that can be good sometimes if you just want to like watch what happens in the video game, like sort of previewing it. But if you actually want to follow along and play it, you do want to hear somebody say, like, you're going to do this because of this and that reason, and then this is coming up, and stuff like that is pretty helpful. Even if the person isn't showing up on the video, like the Platinum Chasers. Hi there, I'm Ben. I think his name is Ben. I don't know. Hi there. I know what he looks like, but he usually doesn't come out in his videos, and that's fine. He's still sort of, he makes his presence pretty well known throughout the video, and it's welcomed. So maybe I should do that, but I'm so lazy. No, I'm not. I'm not fucking lazy. I get distracted. I start doing something else. I think that my distraction, or I'm hoping, I'm praying that my distraction will fully fucking end when I beat the Souls games. But I don't know. I think clearly I have to, I don't know. Unsubscribe from Gamefly. Because I'm paying for that. And it's like $10 a month. It's not that bad. I'm just like renting one game at a time, It's not a big deal. Plus, I don't actually want to beat every game I play. I don't. I really don't. I just rented the stupidest game in the world next to GOAT, next to Psychonauts 2. I hated that fucking game, man. It was such a Bolshevik propagandized game full of indirect messages on how violence is funny and great. Gruesome violence is, okay for kids. Families and having children is dumb. Don't do that. Psychedelics is, the way to expand your mind, not warp it, not diminish your intelligence. Yeah, no, I don't. I think that it's not for nothing that kings and rulers or leaders of history didn't do the psychedelics themselves. They had some other fucking people that would pretty much ruin their lives. They were just good for this one thing. Like, okay, get high as shit, do your orgy bit, and then tell me what's up. But other than that, they didn't really have lives. That's all they did. Like the chick in that Zack Snyder movie, 300, where all the disgusting leprosy bastards were just fucking the young thing that they kept high as a kite. What else did she do other than predict prophecies or whatever, the oracle? Nothing. Because she couldn't do anything else. She was just high as a kite. So, that in itself should tell you something. And if it doesn't, go ahead, I guess. If you want to, do your drugs. But something tells me that the more you drug yourself with whatever kind of controlled substance or any kind of addictive substance, whether it's sugar, caffeine, or nicotine or something else, just gives easier control to the demons you might have that are just friggin' unavoidable in this world. And can you get rid of them through fasting? I believe so. Are you strong enough to fast 7 days? Jeez. Well, so far I haven't been. I've been able to go a day, a little over a day, close to 2 days. But that's it. By the way, it's so weird when you take a leak and it smells like freaking coffee. Oh, man. Because then you have conflicting opinions about your own piss. It's like, it smells like coffee. Is that good? Is this a pleasant aroma? I don't think piss should ever be a pleasant aroma. Ugh, man. So Black Captain America is out. Captain America 4, Brave New World. Come on. That's from the Huxley novel, which was awesome. Highly recommend everyone read the novel by Alex Huxley. Is that his name? I don't know. He talked about clones. He talked about sort of an area secluded from regular society to be like in some sort of a utopian, well, supposedly utopian reality, but it had flaws. There was a lot of, I think, soma drugs involved. I don't know. I haven't read the book, but I'd like to. I saw the Grant Morrison show, and it was pretty good. I actually liked it. Can't believe Demi Moore was in it. I liked it. There was something Westworld about it, but better. Well, I only saw season 1 of Westworld. I don't know why I was just turned off by season 2. Would I ever want to watch it? I don't know. I don't know. Might want to watch the original movie. It was an old, I think, 70s movie. I understand that there's a ton of nudity from good-looking people, but maybe that's not a good thing. You know? Porn is definitely not a good thing. And I think because of the art world, most of us are kind of in the mentality of, well, there's nothing wrong with looking at nudity. I mean, you can admire beauty. And I've heard these arguments for justifying nudity in so-called art. But it's kind of a difficult argument. It's like, I kind of get it when someone is so perfect, so just wow. Sharing that feels a little hard for anyone to say, well, we didn't need to see that. Because once you see it and you're like, holy moly, that is what everyone should look like. But clearly, it's sort of coming from a lower frequency, like sexual stimulation. Maybe that should be something sacred, which it clearly isn't in our world today. That's riddled with problems. You have adults and really young people paid to simulate sexual acts in front of a camera for the purposes of entertainment and sometimes for art as an excuse, in my opinion. And they get paid a lot of money. How is this not being a whore? So the argument is, oh, well, because they're not having sex with someone. Okay, if you say so. I'm not really sure anymore. So they're not having sex. Okay, so strippers are not being paid to have sex. They're still, being, how do you put it? It's still an industry where no one is confused about how it's sexual. So if you got somebody in front of the camera taking their clothes off, or literally being groped by someone else or humped, but you're like, oh, because they're simulating intercourse, but they're not really having intercourse. They're not fucking or anything like that. It's fine. It's art. How did anyone fall for this bullshit? I think any real human being, even if you fuck with them mentally and convince them that this is so artistic and this is amazing, and the guy telling you to fucking do this is just so incredible, and he's amazing, and they're so famous, and this is a wonderful opportunity for you to degrade yourself for money in a sexual manner. See what I'm saying? I mean, obviously, I'm a lustful man, and it's kind of hard for me to say, like, well, if I could make a movie and I had a gorgeous woman who respected my authority as a film director, I'd tell her to get naked and just, this is all very artistic. I mean, I was once upon a time, like 10 years ago, a photographer, and I had an amazing talent work with me. And yes, I did go down that route. And I'm not sure that I was full of myself thinking like, this is art. I think I fully knew that this was, it looked nice. I thought it looked very good. I thought I did a good job. But I was never confused as to, the fact that this is a stimulation fuel, sexual stimulation fuel. I don't want to knock all forms of art. Like, I know that an illustration, a painting, a statue, and even this sexual energy can be very potent. You can write an amazing story, poem, song, music. There is something there. It's just that I think that you might want to hold it sacred to your marriage. You might want to use this sexual energy between you and your partner, exclusively between you and your partner. And you also don't want to rush into it. You want to make sure you're right for each other and that you're going to stay together. Not just, playing musical chairs with bodies. That's what I wish I would have done. If I could go back in time, that would be awesome. But would I go back in time to relive everything? I'd do it all correctly. Or would I go back in time so I could tell my younger self, like, this is what's going to happen if you don't follow these rules? But still, I would go back and do it differently. But I digress. So, Black Captain America, the story of what's his face? I don't know. He was in that one Michael Bay movie with Marky Mark and The Rock, The Rocky Rock, which was an awesome movie. I think it was called Pain and Gain? Pain and Gain? No Pain, No Gain? I think it was called Pain and Gain. I can't remember. But the movie was awesome. I really enjoyed that Michael Bay movie. Other than that one, I would say Transformers. The Rock with Sean Connery was pretty good. I think that's it. I don't think there's a lot of Michael Bay movies that I actually thought were worthy. Oh, wait, The Island with ScarJo and Ewan McGregor. That was a great movie. I really enjoyed that one. But Pain and Gain, I think, was his best one. I mean, it just felt like I don't know. because it's supposed to be based on a true story. So it really felt like this was a window into something that had actually happened, which of course is nonsense. All movies that are supposedly based on a true story have been altered in one way or another. You can't avoid that. Unless everyone had a freaking microphone, and even if they did, they usually still change it to fit certain people's politics. Like whoever's funding that movie could have literally said, this is a story about 3 white guys, so we need to at least we need to make only one of them white. It's a possibility. It's been done before. There was a Netflix movie about a legal case that got won by a team of white people. You know, it was like 2 guys and 1 woman. And then the Netflix movie got rid of everyone and said it was done by just 1 person. And she was a woman, a black woman. And that's it. And it's like, what the fuck are you selling, Netflix, piece of shit? I honestly hate Netflix. Netflix is a piece of shit. And when you see the history of the guy that runs it, who either bought it or created it, how his family has been doing this mindfuck propaganda since 100 years ago. His family, the guy that runs or controls, I forget which, is the same, is a relative of the same guy that used to sell propaganda for smoking cigarettes. It's good for you. It makes you look sexy. And I can't deny that I probably fell victim to a lot of this bullshit. I remember when I was a kid and there was way more smoking in movies. I couldn't help it. I actually thought, this is cool. Like any stupid rebellious kid, But I think a lot of this rebellion comes from 2 key ingredients when you're a kid. Feeling inadequate with yourself. Damn, somebody thought something was hilarious. Anyways, feeling inadequate with yourself, and the other is feeling alienated by your family, in your own family. I think those 2 ingredients are a recipe for disaster, and you'll be more susceptible to programming by the bad guys, right? Who are always, as you've probably repeatedly heard them say, we're coming after your children. Who the fuck does that? Any group to say that, most people, especially if they're dressed like demons, most people would be like, yeah, fuck no, you're not. But of course, because of the people that control the media, we're constantly being bombarded with that as being like normal, being tolerant. Honestly, Satanism is tolerance. The good guys have to know the difference between right and wrong. The bad guys don't. Captain America. I so didn't give a shit about watching that. I completely just... So Harrison Ford becomes Red Hulk. Why? Who gives a shit? I remember I used to be excited about the fucking post-credit scene, as most people would be. Sort of get a teaser of what's coming up. I have no idea what the post-credit scene is for this movie. I also don't really give a shit. I'm not going to use the old line that people used to say. That's not what happened in the comic books. Because the comic books are owned by Disney. So they're not what they used to be. And I'm sure that one day, just like George Lucas gave himself the right to go and fuck with everyone's childhood and alter the Star Wars movies, right? And then you can't get an original. I mean, I guess you can, but I mean, you're going to waste a shitload of money, and who the fuck wants to do that? I don't. But one day Disney could just very easily, unless you bought the comic books, go back and remaster them with brand new added illustrations inserted to fuck up the story into a new narrative. I can't really deny that that's exactly what may have even happened already. Hell, wouldn't that be something if we've never even actually met the illustrators and writers of the comic book stories that we loved, because they come from a lost civilization, a lost history. Oh man, the mind boggles. Trust me, these things will drive you nuts. But I can see that. I can see that being a possibility, especially when there's a story that's so good, or the illustrations, or the story, both of them, they resonate so powerfully with such a large audience that these bad guys are like, we need to keep this one. Whoops. For example, like Watchmen. And I know you're like, no, Robin Williams. Alan Moore wrote that in the 80s while he worked for Warrior Magazine, writing V for Vendetta, Marble Man, Swamp Thing, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I know. Maybe. Golly F. Oh, caught it. But what if he wasn't a writer? What if he's just a fucking actor? Because he's clearly a fucking actor. I mean, not just because he was in his a supposed movie that he wrote called The Show, and he played a character, but also because he clearly loves acting, right? I saw that old documentary that he did when he was a very young man. Even though he had a full beard, he was very young. And he was acting in it. Whether he was acting like a character named Etrigan, the demon, or he was having a conversation with himself, which was fucking awesome. But he's still acting. He might just be an actor. I don't know. All I know is that he seems to be one of the most famous comic book writers ever. And in a lot of interviews that I've seen him talk about what it was like in Northampton when he was learning to write, and he said, I used to know a lot of writers that were much better writers than I am. And for some reason I got far ahead than they did. Okay. Yeah, sure. Maybe there is a fucking reason, and you know it, Mr. Moore. Mr. Alan Moore. For example, can you tell me why the fuck Glycon looks exactly like the demiurge, Yaldabaoth? Why is that? I thought you said you made up your own idol. You made up your own little idol to worship. Maybe you made it, but you didn't come up with it, right? Is it based on Yaldabaoth? Now, anybody that might know about the Gnostic texts might see that your idol is a reptile serpent with the head of a lion, right? Long hair. He's got better hair. Or did you say you have better hair? Whatever. Point is, that's freaking Yaldabaoth, right? Okay, so you believe in the Gnostic stuff. 100%, huh? Man. So the story of Yaldabaoth is that, from what I've read in the Gnostic texts, Sophia wanted to make a homunculus because it said that she wanted to make this thing on her own. Therefore, without a male consort. Okay, that's a homunculus. She made it, and clearly she used some of her own essence, blood. I have no idea, because she expected it to kind of look like her, because it was made a point that it didn't look anything like her, that it had the body of a serpent and the head of a lion. So yeah, very different. And then she kind of like turned her back on it, it seemed, or maybe because she's such a I don't know, bigger. Like the monad is supposed to be the ultimate creator, and he's described as big, which would make sense that something that massively huge would have so much energy, such a high frequency, that you can't see it. It's invisible. And then Sophia goes and creates this new being that she kind of didn't turn out the way she wanted. She kind of turns her back on it. And but it sort of seems like, you know, she's still kind of like hanging around, seeing what it does. And it starts to create stuff. But no, it also says that Sophia created the veils. And even in Shadow of the Earth Tree, really, really cool. You can see veils up in the sky, which is like, whoa, that's a Gnostic reference right there. I don't know if the veils are literal veils, like Shadow of the Earth Tree would insinuate, or if it's talking about the firmament or the firmaments, the dome or the domes, the heavens. It might be, but it says that everything was light until the veils. The veils created shadows, and the shadows created matter. So this is a little confusing. Did Yaldabaoth create the physical world, or was it Sophia indirectly? I don't know. There's some other weird things. It says that there was more than one Jesus. There was like a Jesus by Sabaoth. Okay, let me continue with that. So what it says about Yaldabaoth, the snake with the lion head, is that he created a lot of his own little helpers that pretty much look like him, you know, reptilian things. And I guess you would call them demons. And apparently Yaldabaoth ended up committing a sacrilegious act, something completely unforgivable, which was that he got a big ego. And when it was born, it kind of caught a glimpse of Sophia's hand, but it wasn't enough. for him to sort of feel like there's higher gods, and like he sort of boasted that he was the ultimate god. There was nothing else, which was kind of, I mean, I don't know. If you left a kid in an island when he was too young, then he gets bigger and he starts to like create other people somehow, homunculuses, and he boasts that he's the best and there's nothing better than him or her. It's kind of stupid to sort of then finally make yourself known just so you can punish it. It's stupid. Maybe it's supposed to be. Because, like I said, I don't fully believe in some of the shit in there. I think that it does go into a very different direction at times. Like at times, it kind of feels like, oh, now some biblical stuff makes sense. And then there's other times where it feels like, no, this is bullshit. So in the Gnostic text, if you've read it, it does have some strange information. Like it says, a woman is better when she can turn into a man. What the fuck? Which, by the way, the video I saw of the mole, sort of explaining why this tradition is good or whatever, saying that saliva helps it heal. He also fucking states that this mole will be taking the place of a woman substituting as a woman. Like this is his words. And it's like, what the fuck, man? But again, you know, you have to understand the stuff that's in the Talmud. And the Talmud is such a strange, so strange, very, very strange book. If you actually look into it, originally the Talmud was very short, small texts, but the Talmud is such a strange book. Along the line, they've added more to it. You know, different rabbis that have sort of understood something more and added as a sort of a help to whoever is studying it now. And so in time, many different rabbis have added to it. And now it just, if you get a copy of the Talmud, you're not getting the original. You're getting the original with added bonus commentary. And it might be this extra added interpretations, commentary, or point of views that might be the bad stuff. I haven't read it. I tried getting the Babylonian Talmud, and that thing is huge. Huge. I do think there is something to the fact that it's Babylonian in origin, right? Because it is very interesting. I read this from a world history book by H.G. Wells that said that the Babylonians dealt with a mountain people that they couldn't control, but they didn't want to kill them. They wanted to dominate them. So what they did is they enslaved them for a long time. And during this time, they must have had a PSYOP plan where they infiltrated the group with double agents, and these double agents were holy men, supposed holy men, that lied to the group and told them that these stories are about you, when they were actually, you know, already, you know, the Sumerian tablets or whatever they were. The Babylonian stuff was about them. But they ended up controlling these people by telling them, this stuff is about you. This stuff represents you. But there's a clear little giveaway, a very telling bit of information that H.G. Wells includes in this world history book, A Brief History of the World, I think it's called. He says this nomadic mountain people were illiterate. So if they didn't read or write until they came out of slavery, so magically while they were slaves, they learned to read, they learned to write, I guess. But if they were trapped, where did they get their these religious scriptures from to know that, oh, it's talking about us? It kind of felt strongly to me that it was part of the Babylonians' idea. I don't know. So, of course, you probably already figured out who this group was. But have you figured out who the Babylonians are today? I don't really want to say my belief in that, but I think that the clues or the answer you'll find in the clue of where does the word rabbi originate? Europa, Arabi, Araba. I don't know. Look it up. There's some more clues in the map of Mars. Like there's one ocean that clearly has the name of a people in the world. And it's like, what the fuck? What is this doing here? So that's who I actually think is in control of the group that we think is the bad guys. I think that they've been duped. That even the group we think in charge think that they're the bad guys. But it might be another group that's controlling that one from the inside. I know, it's so convoluted. It's just like, whoa. But then the biblical verse of, I think it's Revelations chapter 3, verse 9, where it says that these people will actually be controlled by a fake version of these people. And it's possible. I don't know. But I do think it's also messed up that no one's allowed to question these people, because immediately if you question them, it must be because you're a bigot, you're a racist, you're full of hate. This is a hate crime. You're a criminal, and that's pretty telling in itself. I think that if they do go around left and right, incarcerating people just for making comments and asking questions, saying, I don't understand, but this looks weird right here, I think that will help. Not them, of course. Fucking horrible. But it'll help wake up a lot of people who will kind of feel like it's kind of obvious. I know that the bad guys control a lot of information by sort of demonizing it and saying this is horrible. No one listen to this. No one look at that. And it is a hard, difficult situation Because you don't want to expose yourself to bad stuff either. So, in the end, I think, listen to your heart. Do what it tells you is the right thing. Feel it out. Because your brain might say, like, well, I don't know what's right or wrong, maybe this, maybe that, but your heart will tell you, you know? Like, my heart always tells me to do the right thing, honestly, which is why I even know to consider what the right thing is. My mind might go the other way, might, bounce back and forth, and I think that has a lot to do with, you know what? Demons. But at the end of the day, I know what I should do, It's just hard. Look, I'll even tell myself exactly what I need to do. I need to control my intake of food by eating during the day. I need to meditate at least twice a day, because I've seen, I've proven to myself that it's a better quality of life when I'm meditating. I'm a lot happier and stress-free. I'm not upset or anxious. I need to play less video games, a lot less. I need to stick to that routine that I set up for myself, like playing once a week, work the rest of the time. You got responsibilities. You got a daughter, that's your family, you care about, you want to provide. And you're a good writer. When you actually write, you're good. Yeah, you've had the life experience. That's something you can, that was hard earned. Write about it. Publish it. Might help somebody. Will definitely help you financially. So, and when it comes to premarital sex, don't do it. Don't be an animal. Control yourself. I mean, you're no virgin. You already know what it's like. Yes, it's good, but, control yourself. Self-control. Discipline. And exercise. You know how awesome it is to be really strong and fit? It's like a different world life experience. Do that with self-control. There's other things you want to learn to do really well, like you were well on your way to mastering piano and guitar. Now it's been years since you've done it. Keep doing it. Keep studying languages. Keep learning math. Do only the things that benefit you, not the things that don't. Video games are stupid. I mean, they're fun, but it's stupid when you make them a priority in your life. And I understand some of these Twitch people, that's their job, so it's not stupid for them. But me, it's a fucking hobby right now. It doesn't bring in any income whatsoever. So don't make it a priority. Put it at the bottom. Put it on the side. Once a week. That sounds good. Yeah. Invest more time into actually making a video for YouTube. I mean, frig, man. It's been a good long minute, half a year. Something like that, actually. A little more than half a year. Let's do it. Let's not chicken out. Let's do it. Let's do it. You can do it. It's exactly what you wanted to do your entire life, making movies. Well, you know what? You can do it on your own. Start little by little. There's my pep talk for myself. And, dude, this is the longest podcast I've ever done. I wonder how long podcasts are supposed to be. Or what's a good size podcast? Whatever that is, I think I've doubled it. Yeah, this is not a Twitch stream. Oh, man. I think that was good. Need to write. Yeah. What are my final thoughts for this podcast? Because, yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff that I wanted to talk about, but 4 hours. Baby. That's close to 5 hours, honestly. There's some other stuff, but, doesn't matter, honestly. Yeah. I can get to it later. Honestly. Disney sucks, and therefore Marvel sucks. I don't care about Thunderbolts. It'll be bullshit. Don't care at all about Fantastic Four. It's stupid. Robert Downey Jr. as Doctor Doom. Get the fuck out of here. I don't care. But I can already see where they're going with that bullshit. So they're gonna say a big fuck you to the original fans of Marvel, of the original Marvel cinema, by bringing back all the original Avengers cast, but as evil versions of themselves, right? What's his name? The motherfucker who used to be Captain America. He'll probably be back, but he'll be a villain. Robert Downey Jr. used to be Iron Man. Now he's going to come back as Doctor Doom villain, right? Because multiverse, stupid shit. I don't care. I'm not giving anything to them. Galactus, he was cool, but I just don't care anymore. Stanley died. That was the end. Maybe he's still alive somewhere. Maybe he's had a blood orgy and he's, a young man again, still in the game, just like Tyler, fittest flat earther, might speculate it. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Because why the fuck Thor, huh? Odin, Saturn? Never mind. Doesn't matter. I didn't even finish the story about Yaldabaoth and how he got locked up by Sophia, thrown into the abyss. But apparently the abyss is not bottomless, because it says that he was able to see from the abyss in the waters. No, I'm skipping. One of his creations, Sabaoth, sang to Sophia and Zoe, the daughter of Sophia, and condemned Yaldabaoth, and so won Sophia's favoritism, and she put him in charge. And I don't even want to continue, man. Fucking the Gnostic texts are such garbage. I can't really point at anything in there being all that good. There's some stuff that makes sense. Like I said, I'm pretty sure they're tried doing the old formula of let's mix bullshit with truth. That way it'll resonate with them and they'll buy it. But the way it's worded, the style of writing, it's too much on the nose that it's trying to copy the Bible. It quotes the Bible a lot, sort of as a way of saying like, hey, see, we're connected to it. It does seem to be exactly what the Freemasons believe. And there was this one great YouTube channel, this one girl, who pointed out that this is a bullshit religion that the media really wants you to believe in. And yeah, it's true. I think her name is Anya. I can't remember. She's just really awesome. I should fucking remember. Anyways, I don't believe in the Gnostic stuff. I don't think it should even be called a Bible. if you read it, I think that there's some interesting information to consider. But in the end, I mean, just sort of consider the source, investigate its validity, and consider how suspicious it is that it was recently found. Yeah, I think in the last 100 years, right? Something like that. And it could have easily been just planted, fabricated. Because just consider, keep in mind that you're not allowed to see it with your own fucking eyes. So this is always going to be hearsay. Second and third or fourth hand information, passed down, watered down, you don't know. So don't ever be 100% sure, even if you read it. There's some truth in it, but I feel that there's a lot of bullshit in it as well. Okay, I think that's enough. I've talked so much that my head fucking hurts. I'm gonna go take an ibuprofen. All right. Love everyone that actually heard me out for this long. You're the best. And I'll see you next time. Take care of yourself. Later.